Hello, Helen. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, so in October of last year, I lost my job due to COVID. I then went and sold my car because I fancied a change of career, and the money was going to pay for a dog grooming course and all the necessary equipment to go self-employed. I paid for the course entirely up front, and it was due to start on the 5th of January of this year.
Right, can I just ask how much the dog grooming course was?
In entirety, it was £3,500.
Okay. Fine. And was that going to be done actually in person, or was it being done via Zoom?
It was all in person. It was due to take 24 days at a local dog grooming salon.
24-day course. And that was kicking off at the beginning of this year?
Yeah, they're due to start on the 5th of January.
Right. Okay, and you paid the full £3,500 up front?
Yeah, bank transfer.
And bank transfer?
Yes.
Why did you do a bank transfer?
That's what they requested.
Oh, right. Please tell me you did all of your homework on this company and made sure that there were lots of people that were very happy with them and they had a really good reputation.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, good.
Did all the homework and all seemed fine.
Yeah, okay, fine. So you decided to make the transfer to them of £3,500. What's gone wrong?
So it was obviously due to start in January, but due to COVID, it's been delayed numerous times since then, and I have not started. It's now not due to start till the middle of next month. Because I was using the money left over from the sale of my car to pay for my mortgage, I've now run out of that money, and I'm going to start struggling to pay my mortgage because I should have already been qualified by now and out there earning money. You know, I haven't earned any money since October last year.
Yes.
So they did actually offer me a refund last month, February. But at the time, we were due a government announcement. It looked like the country was going to open up again. So I said, don't worry, I'll wait. And, recently that's changed. It's come to light that I can't afford to not work for another 2 months. It will take a month to do the course, and it's a month to wait for the course. So I asked for my refund 2 weeks ago, and they refused it. So, yeah, that's...
And what was the reason for them refusing the refund when you recently asked for it?
They said that they don't issue refunds after I have been registered with the college, but they already contradicted that because I registered with the college last year and they offered me a refund last month. So,
just out of interest, I mean, obviously, I presume your plan is to use, if you manage to get the money back, to use the £3,500 to pay off your mortgage for a bit longer.
Yeah.
But what are you going to do then? Because surely you're still going to need to get employment.
Oh, yes. Well, I can just get a job, in a supermarket if necessary. I haven't been able to get a temporary job up to now because it was always a case of, well, my course starts in 2 weeks or my course starts in 4 weeks, So it was always that stopped me getting work up to now. But if I get the refund, I can at least put that on the mortgage and go and get a job straight away.
Right. And have you explained to this dog training company, have you explained to them how important to you and to your financial existence that £3,500 is at the moment?
Yes. I told them I'm going to start struggling to pay my mortgage. I'm worrying about losing my home.
Yeah. And that hasn't made any difference?
No. They only offered to delay the course or to allow me to do it part-time. But even then, I won't be able to afford to do anything afterwards. So right now, I just need the money back. And
yes,
if I can afford to do it later, then I'll do it later. But
at the moment, that particular dream has gone out the window.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. And it's a terrible shame because I already started buying equipment. I've already paid about £1,000 in the equipment now that I'm going to have to sell. Yeah.
And is there? I mean, just to kind of explore this, I'm more than happy to go and have a word with this company and see if I can get your money back. But I mean, have you explored all the various options? I mean, for example, is there any way that you could borrow money from a family member or something that would just help tide you over until you've done the course and then are in a position to start earning money? Because I guess there is the risk with this, particularly if you've started buying equipment as well, that you might end up throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah, it sounds silly, but all my family have been affected by COVID. Yeah. So, yes, I would like to beg, borrow and steal, but it's just not feasible at the minute.
Yeah. So, I'm sure you wouldn't.
It's not a decision I've taken lightly. I was really excited about it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure you wouldn't steal it, but I can't take the point that you're making. And I guess in an ideal world, if you had a family member who said, look, I tell you what, I'll pay your mortgage for a couple of months just to tide you over until you can get yourself qualified with this course, and then you can pay me back as soon as you start earning money and you start getting your business up and running. Have you looked into, I mean, obviously I have a dog myself. My dog is thankfully not a dog where I have to have her groomed too often. She just goes in the bath once every couple of months. But is there plenty of demand out there from people for dog groomers, or because, I mean, surely there's quite a lot of dog groomers already.
Well, the area that I'm in, there aren't too many dog groomers around, and there has been a huge number of puppies purchased in the last year.
Right.
During lockdown puppies. So there will be an increase in demand for groomers once it opens up again.
I see. Well, again, I mean, if you've done your homework and if there's a business plan there that you think means that you're going to be successful once you've got this qualification, then good for you. But I completely understand the predicament you're now in. I'm more than happy to go and have a word with this company for you based on the circumstances and just to see if I can ask them to please give you the money back. I mean, it's not their fault they haven't been able to offer you this dog grooming course, but it's not your fault either.
I did say this to them, and I even said to them that they can keep the £500 deposit, but that was turned down also.
Okay, but I mean, there is, to be honest, from their perspective, there's also the potential risk that they'll end up throwing the baby out with the bathwater as well, because if they were to be reasonable with you, understanding, it sounds to me as if actually you do want to be a dog groomer. So, yes. I mean, surely what they could do is say to you, look, we completely understand the predicament, have your money back, and please get in touch with us as soon as you're in a position to be able to start the course, and we'll happily book you in, later on this year, and you can start your dog grooming business up.
Yeah, that would be, perfectly acceptable, fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that they'll do that, but...
Well, let's see.
Anything.
Let's see. Tara, can I pass Helen back? Can we get some detail and just go and have a word and see if we can persuade them based on the circumstances to help out?
Yeah, absolutely. And having a dog myself who needs grooming every 8 weeks, I have to say, even though there might be a few dog groomers in the area where Helen is, if Helen could establish herself as a good dog groomer early on, you would get people coming to you quite quickly. Because it's great to have a dog groomer that you can rely on, and a good one, they're worth their weight in gold because you want your dog to look good.
Yeah.
And I've been to some who haven't been as good as others.
Right. So you'd need to be a good one. That's the only thing,
right.
Helen.
No pressure.
Look, yeah, exactly. Listen, at the moment, that's not really an option anyway, because you just need the money back in order to pay your mortgage. But let's see what we can do. I'll pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail, okay? Emma's tumble dryer was recalled. She'd already had it for 4 years and was very happy with its performance. All of that happened in 2019. And the manufacturer gave her a choice about a replacement machine.
There was 3 options I could have chosen. So naturally, I chose the best option, I thought was the best option. That tumble dryer was then delivered on the 25th of September 2019. I registered it as you would, so, you get the 10-year parts guarantee and all the rest of it. Where the delivery guy left it is where it stayed. It's worked absolutely perfectly up until last week when it just stopped heating. So I contacted the company and I was informed that I could book in for a guy to come out and fix it for me, which I would then be liable to pay, or I could sign up to a 12-month protection plan for my tumble dryer and my washing machine. That would be £13 a month. The only downfall of that was if I did sign up and the engineer came out and deemed my tumble dryer irreparable, it would all be cancelled and I would not get a replacement tumble dryer.
Well, the replacement tumble dryer has only lasted a year and a half. So Emma's concern was, look, surely my rights start from when I received the replacement tumble dryer. Well, that's not true. Your rights as a customer, they start at the point of purchase. And whether the product is replaced or not, it doesn't change when your rights actually begin. So Emma's rights as a customer, when it comes to the Consumer Rights Act, began when she purchased the first tumble dryer, 5.5 years ago, which means it's very difficult now to hold the retailer responsible for this and to demand that they sort things out. But I did promise Emma I would contact the manufacturer based on the circumstances to see if there was anything I could do. And indeed, that's what I've done. Let's see what the latest is, because Emma's back on the JVS show. Hello, Emma.
Hiya.
Now, Emma, let's have a frank conversation.
Yeah.
Because I've got all kinds of interesting things to tell you.
Yeah. As have I, to be fair. As have I.
I'm sure. So, as I explained to you when you first came on the programme, from a legal perspective, you didn't have any rights.
No.
From a legal perspective, your contract with the retailer began when you bought the first tumble dryer 4 years before the second one arrived when it was replaced by the manufacturer. But
Correct.
I did say to you, let me contact the manufacturer, and from a customer service reputational perspective, let me just say to them, look, are you happy that one of your machines has only lasted for a year and a half?
Yeah.
Is that really acceptable that this customer, having already had problems with the first one being recalled, is now in this situation where she's now got to potentially pay money to have the second one repaired, or even have to pay money to have it replaced? Well,
Correct.
The company were very good in terms of the PR firm that is dealing with the manufacturer. They called me. And the lady on the phone said to me, OK, we've spoken to our client, the manufacturer, and the manufacturer, based on the circumstances, is prepared to repair the tumble dryer for free.
Correct.
I said, OK, that's fine. She then followed up that conversation with an email.
Yes.
But it would appear in the email she made a bit of a mistake.
Yeah, this is where the confusion happened, I believe.
Yeah, you're right. So in the email that she then sent me, just to reconfirm our conversation, she made a mistake and she said that the manufacturer had agreed to a free replacement.
Correct.
So when I spoke to you on the programme, you said, oh, that's great. That's great, because they mentioned to me it was just going to be a repair. But if they're going to replace it, fantastic.
They actually said it would be a repair that I would have to pay for. So it was completely different to what you were obviously told.
Okay.
From free repair to free replacement, it's all a bit.
Free replacement, it said in the email.
Yeah.
Now, subsequently, of course, when a company puts something in writing, I'm a big believer in if you've agreed to do something, then do it.
Yes.
But to be fair, and again, this is why we have to look at this complaint in the context, when you first came to me, I pointed out to you, legally you didn't have any rights. So this was all a bit of a goodwill gesture from a customer service and reputational perspective we were seeking on your behalf.
Yeah.
The PR company called me on Friday, and the man that I spoke to there, very, very straightforward, he said, I'm really sorry. He said, my colleague, having spoken to you on the phone and relaying from the manufacturer that it was going to be a free repair, it was a human error. She then, when she sent the email, made a mistake, and rather than putting free repair, she put free replacement. But it was never going to be a replacement. It was always going to be a repair. Mm-hmm. And I said to him, well, to be honest, it puts me in a difficult position, because obviously I've now said to Emma on the programme, based on your email, that she's going to get a free replacement. He said, well, I'm really sorry. He said, but I'm afraid it's not a free replacement. It's only a free repair. So I'm afraid that is the offer. Now, I say I'm afraid. it's still not a bad way of resolving this problem, because the simple fact is they don't have to do anything.
No.
So the fact that they're prepared to repair your tumble dryer and get it up and running free of charge is a good outcome. It's only undermined and diluted by the fact that they then mistakenly put in their email they were going to replace it when in fact they're not. So I'm afraid... Go on.
Where does that email stand then? Because as far as I was concerned, obviously I'm no expert, you are, the writing, the email, once it's in writing, it's in writing. You can't then go back on that offer, as it were, because you have put it in writing.
I agree with you. However, I think there is a difference here in that, firstly, the email that was sent to me was sent by a PR company on behalf of their client rather than directly from the manufacturer.
Yeah.
And secondly, the email was only ever designed to be just following our conversation. I just wanted to confirm, basically, that our client's going to get it sorted and you're not going to identify us on the programme. That was the fundamental reason for the email. So
the company actually, so when I spoke to the lady on Friday and we went through everything, and I said, obviously, I'm not going to accept any sort of offer or anything at the moment until I've spoken to JVS, because obviously he is the expert and he will give me the correct information on where I should go from here. Yeah. She actually told me that you shouldn't have informed me what was in that email, because it wasn't an official statement, and that what you have done is wrong. I also told her, given the fact that you are an expert in the field, I would imagine that you know what you're allowed to tell me and what you're not allowed to tell me.
Sorry, who was that? Hang on a second, because this is now likely to get more complicated.
Yeah.
And I don't want any names on the programme.
No.
Who was it who spoke to you and told you that I should not have relayed the email from the PR company? Was that the PR company or was it from the manufacturer?
It's the CEO of the services of the manufacturer.
Okay, fine. Well, to be honest, they're not involved in my conversations with the PR company. So, to be honest, they have no idea what was discussed and what was put in the email. Yeah. Look, my answer to you, it's frustrating. However, they are saying that they're going to repair your tumble dryer for free. Yeah. That's a good result. Yes, it's frustrating and it's embarrassing that they then made a mistake. But it's not the manufacturer that made the mistake. It's a PR company that made a mistake. And therefore, I think to force the manufacturer to do something that, in fairness, they did not ever offer or make a mistake with, I think that would be unfair and unreasonable.
Perhaps they need a new PR company.
Well, that's entirely up to them. And I'm sure this is exceptionally excruciating and embarrassing for that PR company who informed me they would be listening to the programme today. Yeah. So, I mean, none of this is good. What they've done is, because of the mistake, they've taken what should have been a really good result for their client, in that their client was going over and above and resolving the problem for the customer. And what they've done is they've undermined the whole thing so that you actually don't really feel very satisfied with it.
Yeah, that's the issue for me. The beginning, all I wanted was a working tumble dryer. That was all I wanted, whether it be repaired, replaced, whatever avenue that went down. But obviously, given the fact that the email then came to you that they were going to replace it, in my head, I'm like, okay, brilliant. I don't have to worry about this no more. It's all dealt with. It's going to be replaced. It's not an issue. Mm-hmm. And then obviously it's then come back to us that actually, no, that's not what we said. And that's where the irritation is, because I said in the beginning, it's very hard.
Yeah, but if you were in the right from a legal perspective from the beginning, I would absolutely be holding that company to what they'd put in that email. Yeah. However, we also have to be reasonable. They don't have to do anything for you. You bought the original tumble dryer many years ago now, 5.5 years ago. They could have said to you, sorry, it's too long since the first date of purchase, you're on your own. They didn't. They tried to help you. In the process of trying to help you, they made a bit of a mistake.
Yeah.
I think
it's just been mistakes from the start to finish, though. Yes. This is what's irritated me, because you can't get anything out of one person. Will tell you one thing, another person will tell you another thing. It's constantly different.
Okay, but I think there comes a point where they didn't need to help you. They decided to help you. They made a human mistake. in the process of this, and I think to really try and ramp it up even further is then unfair. And I think the best thing to do, we all make mistakes in life. I'm sure the lady that works for the PR company is exceptionally embarrassed that she'd made that mistake in the email. They're going to repair your tumble dryer for free at no cost to you. I think you need to accept that and move on.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all I wanted in the beginning. It was just that there was lack of, like, you know, everything was different constantly. One person told me one thing, another person told me another thing. So the whole thing from start to finish has been a nightmare. All I wanted was a working tumble dryer, whether it be my one or a new one. That was the only outcome that I wanted.
Well, you're going to get a working tumble dryer because they're going to give you a free repair.
Let's see.
Based on the circumstances, I'm not going to give the company the horn at this moment. Can you please, if you need to reconfirm with them, can you now do that? And can you please let me know as soon as they've been out to conduct that free repair on your tumble dryer to get it up and running?
Well, the appointment's booked for Friday, so let's see what happens.
Let's catch up after Friday, and fingers crossed when the tumble dryer is there, tumbling away your clothes, you'll feel much, much happier. I'm going to need your reaction to, if you don't mind. So listen very carefully and get ready to call me. Nick came to me. He was telling me that his wife had to be rushed into hospital in May of last year. She had a bleed on the brain and urgently needed surgery. Fortunately, she's okay. She recovered and she's now home. But there's a problem.
She left with a wedding ring. She never takes a wedding ring off. All the other jewellery that she normally wore, she took off. Of course, when I went on the 7th of July, I then realised a ring was missing. And, of course, I've got in touch with both hospitals, been through PALS, I've been through the legal system with the second hospital. All they've come back is rebuffed me and said, oh, look, we've done our investigations, nobody took it off, we have no record, we wouldn't have needed to take it off in the second hospital. The first one, they said they'd done a quick investigation, they said, oh, no, we wouldn't have taken it off. First thing she asked me when she did come round, and she was in the London hospital, is my ring safe? And I had to say, yeah, it's safe, don't worry about it. And then, of course, I had to instigate making another one. I had to replace it with something.
So the ring has gone. Her wedding ring has, at some point, while she was in one of two hospitals, her wedding ring seems to have gone missing. We can't say any more than gone missing, but certainly it was not with her when she returned home. And as you can imagine, Nick and his wife are very unhappy about that. They feel as if the hospitals, of course, did a wonderful job in terms of saving her life, but surely they must have some kind of process in place where, with valuables or jewellery that somebody comes into hospital wearing, they should have some kind of system where they put that safely to one side. Well, I've been off to have a word with the hospitals concerned, and I have a response. I don't think Nick is going to be very happy, though, and that's why I'm going to need your reaction to this. Nick's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Nick.
Hi, Jonathan. You all right?
So I've been off to speak to both hospitals, and they have come back with a joint statement for the programme. Listen to this. Now, I should just, for a little bit of reference, point out that your wife, initially, when she collapsed in May of last year, she was rushed into Bedford Hospital.
That's right, yes.
I don't believe she was in Bedford Hospital for very long, was she? Because they quickly transferred her to Addenbrooke's Hospital.
I think they'd done it the same evening.
Yeah, that's right. It was only a few hours that she was in Bedford before she went off to Addenbrooke's, where she then had this life-saving surgery to solve the bleed on her brain.
That's right, yeah.
So we don't know what happened to the ring. We don't know where it went missing, in which hospital. What they have come back to say, both hospitals say, we are pleased to hear that Nick's wife is recovering well. We are very sorry about the loss of her ring. We understand how upsetting this must be. Thorough searches have taken place at both hospitals, but unfortunately the ring has not been found in either location. And that is the end of their statement.
I imagined as much. I thought they'd come back with something like that. To be quite honest with you, I've got to the point where I was getting it was going to be a lot. I was going to have to take the loss anyway.
Well, hang on a second. Before you start saying things that you maybe shouldn't be saying at this point, what I wanted to do today is I just wanted to know from my listeners whether they feel that reaction from the hospital, that response from the hospitals, is reasonable. Because let me just explain. Let me talk about the way I'm feeling.
Yeah.
We are going through and have gone through a global pandemic that has been an absolute nightmare for our National Health Service. We have had unprecedented demand and pressure put on our National Health Service over the last year. The doctors, the nurses, the staff in our hospitals have worked over and above what is expected of them in order to try and help people in this country out. As a result of the pandemic, we all know the huge pressures that hospitals are under, and we also know that as a result of the pandemic, the normal processes, i.e. allowing family members and loved ones to come into hospital with someone who is taken very seriously ill, have gone out the window. In normal circumstances, when your wife collapsed, you would have gone in the ambulance with her, wouldn't you?
That's right, yeah. Oh, yeah. I would have accompanied her. I would never let her go on her own.
That's right. You would have gone to the hospital. You would have been sitting at her side. And the chances are, when she went off for a scan or when there was any reason to remove her rings, those rings would have been given immediately to you as her husband to look after.
Yeah, that would be probably the case, yeah.
Of course, that's what would happen. But because people are, and have been for the last year or so, going into hospital, sometimes in emergency situations such as your wife's, unaccompanied, then obviously the normal processes cannot happen. Now, on one hand, I feel as if the hospitals are under huge strain and have saved your wife's life.
Absolutely, yeah, I'd agree with that.
And on one hand, I feel as if, that what they have managed to do in such difficult circumstances means we all need to cut them a bit of slack, and means that we all need to recognise that normal processes cannot be followed, and unfortunately some unfortunate things such as jewellery going missing in this kind of environment, it's one of those very unfortunate things. On the other hand, I kind of think to myself, yes, but that wedding ring was really valuable to your wife. It was really important to her. It wasn't her fault that she was so seriously ill when she was admitted to hospital that she was unconscious and therefore was not in a position to be able to monitor what was happening to her possessions.
No, that's right. Because you see, at that point where she went to hospital in the ambulance, you entrust them with your loved one and whatever she goes with, personal belongings and anything that's important to them. So you have to trust them.
Well, yes, but and there's a part of me that just thinks it's really unacceptable that somebody's wedding ring would go missing in a hospital environment, and surely they should have a process in place at hospitals where someone is admitted during coronavirus and they are arriving unconscious because they're so seriously ill.
Yeah.
Surely it should be part of the process when checking that person into the hospital, that any valuable possessions that person has arrived with are taken and are monitored, they're recorded down and put somewhere very safe, such as in the hospital safe.
That's right, right.
But I don't know whether that's maybe being unreasonable based on the circumstances. It's such a nightmare. It's a moral maze, this one, which is why I wanted to put it out to the listeners. Yeah. So if you're listening to this programme, what do you think? Do you think that Nick should accept it as one of those unfortunate things, draw a line under it and move on? Or do you feel as if Nick should take it further? And when I say take it further, I mean, I guess if the hospitals are unable to do any more than they have done in terms of issuing the response saying we've looked for it and we can't find it, should Nick consider taking legal action against the hospital trusts? I don't know. What is your view? I'd be really, really grateful if you could give me a call and just let me know your thoughts on this. 08081 0088 00. Lots of calls coming in on this already, Nick, which is great. Let's see what people are saying. Vicky's in Milton Keynes. Hello, Vicky.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hi.
I had to go into hospital 18 months ago for open heart surgery, and there is no way that they should have that wedding ring should have come off, because you have to remove all other jewellery, but your wedding ring is the one ring that they do not remove, and they tell you can keep on. And what they do, they tape over it. It's something to do with the machinery they use while you're in theatre. I'm not quite sure the ins and outs. Only a doctor would be able to answer that. But they put a tape over the wedding ring, and that is the only ring that you are allowed to keep on, your wedding ring. So there is no way that they should have taken that ring off.
But isn't it the case that if you go in for example, an MRI scan, don't they need to remove all metal from your body?
I'm not sure about an MRI scan. That I don't know.
Because we have to understand, we have to understand, Vicky, that
Yes.
Nick's wife had a bleed on her brain. Now, it would have been very necessary, I would imagine, when she was admitted to the hospital, for them to scan her brain to see where it was bleeding and to try and work out how they were going to save her life. Now,
Yes,
I don't
I'm not-
know if in the process of doing that, they would need to take her wedding ring off in order to scan her.
Yes, I'm not sure about scans. I was talking about, because I know I've got a pacemaker fitted, and I know that I would never be able to have an MRI scan. But I don't know about rings. But I know if you have an operation, that is the only ring that they leave on.
Right.
But, as you say, but
Well,
I
based
don't
on
know
the
how that-
circumstances, Vicky, what do you think? Should Nick draw a line under it, or do you think we should pursue this further with the hospitals?
No, I think you should pursue it, because that ring must be somewhere. Somebody's either pinched it or something's happened to it. I mean, there should be some sort of safety measure where you can leave your stuff. I mean, I must admit, when I was in Oxford, I mean, they were very, very good with my things. But of course, I did know that I was going in for this operation.
Yes,
so
and you were
I did
conscious.
I left all valuables at home.
Yeah.
You know. But
Okay.
of course, if you go in an emergency,
Yeah.
then of course that's a different thing
Exactly,
altogether.
and of course, when Nick's wife collapsed, the last thing that was going through Nick's head at the time was, "Oh, quick! I must prise her rings off her fingers before they take her into hospital." I mean, it's just not the way you'd think, is it? Vicky, thank you very much indeed. Steve texts to say that response from the hospitals is unacceptable. If that ring can't be found, then it's been taken. We support the NHS, but we don't support thieves. The hospitals should reimburse this man at the very least, says Steve. Jill has called to have her say. Hello, Jill.
Oh, good morning, Jonathan.
Hi.
I just had to ring you. In fact, my family had a very distressing situation with my mother. I mean, I'm going back 20 years now, so there was no COVID around then, that's for sure. And my mother collapsed. She had mild dementia. She collapsed and was rushed into a local hospital. My sister went to the hospital straight away. My mother had severe arthritis in her fingers. I've got the same, so I know exactly what it's like. You can't get the rings off. There's no way you can get them off unless it's great struggle. Anyway, my sister visited her, went in the next day, and she said to me, she rang me straight away and said, "Jill, one of Mum's rings off of her finger is gone. It's not there anymore." So I wasn't well at the time. I had flu, and I said to her, "Oh my gosh!" So she said, "I'll go and report it. Don't worry, I'll go and report it and get it sorted." Anyway, she went to the nursing sister, I think, or whoever was in charge, and said that this ring had gone missing. So I still hadn't visited my mother because I wasn't well. Anyway, she went again the next day, rang me again and said, "The other one's gone." She said, "She's got no rings on her finger now, they're both gone." So my husband, I said, "Right, I've got to get up there." So my husband took me up in the car and I met my sister. We went on the ward. We spoke to all the staff. I spoke to a male nurse that was there, and I said to him, my mother's rings, and he said, oh, yes, I saw the rings on her fingers. He said, I knew they were there. I saw them there. Anyway, we reported it. They said they were going to have a meeting. Anyway, they then came back a few days later and said, I'm sorry, the ring should never have been on her fingers. And, I'm afraid that's it. There's nothing we can do about it. We've searched the beds.
So did you never got reimbursed for the ring that had gone missing?
No, we got nothing. We even wrote to our local MP. We wrote to the local paper. Because we were so distressed about it. They wouldn't do anything about it. But
let's be honest, Jill. Let's be honest. There are dodgy people that end up going into hospital.
Well, definitely.
Criminals, they sometimes get ill too, and they end up in hospital.
Yeah,
and if your relative is unfortunate to be on a hospital ward where a criminal is also on that ward, the chances are, they're like magpies, aren't they? They spy something sparkling.
Yes,
and if somebody in the bed opposite is unconscious, how do you know that they're not going to jump out and start taking the rings off their fingers?
I don't know, Jonathan. But what distressed me most of all was I wrote a letter to the hospital and stated about this male nurse, and he denied saying it. He said he'd never said he'd seen the rings on her fingers.
Well, it's all very, very strange. What do you think Nick should do? Do you think, I can tell, do you think that Nick should pursue it further or draw a line under it?
Well, I mean, we didn't actually go to court. Because my mother was too ill. In fact, she died about a week later in the hospital. So we never pursued it. We were so distressed, my sister and I, that we'd lost my mum, that we'd done literally what we thought all we could by, doing this letter and writing to the paper. And after that, we just sort of more or less, let it go.
To draw a line under it, yeah. And there may well be, it may well be that this is one of those things where it's very unfortunate, but Nick needs to draw a line under it as well. I don't know. Jill, thank you very much indeed. Jan in Dunstable. Hello, Jan.
Morning, Jonathan.
Hi, Jan. What's your reaction?
Well, as an ex-nurse, I've unfortunately had some of these situations happen to myself and other staff on wards that I've worked on. And although the statement from the hospitals sounds very cold and heartless, it is just legal.
Can I just point out, I'm quite sure they don't intend it to come across as being cold or heartless.
That's what I'm trying to say. Behind that statement, there has been a lot of anguish with the nurses and other staff that have been thoroughly interviewed. It leaves a very uncomfortable feeling with all the staff that's involved in it. And please, can I reassure that gentleman that every possible course of action has been taken to find his unfortunate wife's ring. I don't want him to think that this has just been passed over as, oh, well, never mind, what a shame. It does affect everybody that's involved in it, and they will have really, really tried to find that ring, if possible, against, as you said earlier, a lot of difficult circumstances. So I'd like to reassure him that it's not just a poo-poos. They are seriously concerned about this situation, and the statement doesn't come across the way that it's been investigated, okay. I'm sure.
What do you think Nick should do? Draw a line under it or pursue it further?
I would think draw a line under it. It's just going to make it worse for himself and his wife. OK, Jan, thank you. Catherine in Bedford. Hello, Catherine.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hi, what's your reaction, Catherine?
I think get him to buy a new wedding ring. He hasn't got to buy a headstone, has he?
Oh, sorry, say that again, Catherine. Your phone line is terrible.
Sorry, I said he hasn't got to buy a headstone, just buy a new wedding ring. What's wrong with it?
So your argument really is that they've saved his wife's life, move on and accept it?
Yes, absolutely.
But OK, and I accept that. And yes, that's the most important thing. Wedding rings are... Well, any kind of jewellery is fully replaceable. You can't replace someone's life. So I completely understand the essence of what you're saying. But then surely if a loved one of yours went into hospital, you would expect them to come out of the hospital having been looked after both physically and also making sure that nobody steals from them while they're in the hospital.
Yes, well, accidents happen. she's all right. That's what
Okay, listen, we're going to have to say goodbye, Catherine. Your phone line's dreadful, but thank you very much. Henry calls to say, has Nick got household insurance? Can he claim on that? Alison texts to say, JVS, all metal is removed for MRI scans. My daughter had a bleed on the brain and had to have her ring removed for scans at Oxford. It's a very difficult situation. I think you should make more inquiries, but tread carefully. Kevin in Aylesbury texts to say, for goodness sake, move on. The hospitals need a break here. It's a sad loss, but it's a piece of metal. His wife's life was saved. Nick needs to gain some perspective, says Kevin. Nick, I mean, you've heard the reaction from the listeners. What are you minded to do?
At the end of the day, right, that all I can do, right, is draw a line under it. I was getting to that conclusion anyway. Some of the comments, they're right in respect to that. I agree with that. They say they saved my wife's life and mine, and they were under a lot of strain, but. Still, on the same token, right? There still needs to be a process, right, where they.
Well, I think that is the one thing that I can do, and that is what I will do as a result of this conversation. I'm going to go back to the hospitals, and I would just like to know what the policy is in terms of when somebody is admitted by ambulance or whatever it may be. What is the process that they would follow in terms of, for example, taking someone's wallet, their mobile phone, their watch, any item that person arrives at hospital with? Where are they taken, those items? How are they kept safe? And how does the hospital monitor which belongings belong to which Hello, Charlie. Tell me all about the problem you're having, please, without naming any company names.
Thank you so much. Okay, I hope you can help. My eldest son was gifted 2 vouchers from family members at Christmas.
Sorry, your eldest son was gifted what?
2 vouchers.
Okay.
So from different family members. So which turns out he's quite important. I didn't realise that. So he was gifting 2 vouchers, and he made an online order, because that's all we have. He made an online order for a matching tracksuit. The order was confirmed. However, before the item could arrive, the online shop cancelled one of the items, said it was no longer available, it's out of stock. The other item came. He didn't want it because he wanted it to match, so we sent it back. The store then put the item, this was all in January, by the way, the store then put the item, they put the refund back on the original gift card, which we'd already binned because it was, empty. There was nothing on it. We'd used the money. I then spoke to them, and eventually they have done an e-gift card for that, and that bit's fine now. However, we returned the item in January, and we still haven't had the refund for that on an e-gift card. So every time I speak to them over the phone and via email, they keep giving me the old e-gift card number that we've already had for the item we never received. What I'm trying to speak to them about is getting the item that we returned, getting that refunded onto a new e-gift card. I've spoken to them via email. They apologise profusely, say they're going to deal with it, that they've spoken to their manager, they're handling it, they contact me via email, I've sent them all to you. And yet it still doesn't get done. The last contact I had with the chap was in February, and he said he was dealing with it. I then chased them again in March. They don't know what they're doing. They just keep resending me the e-gift card that we've already had, not for the item we've returned. Now, my main frustration is my son has got additional needs, and he cries when we go through this. He has autism, and he gets very much, this is what's going to happen, we are going to do this. So I put my younger 2 to bed, we're going to then spend the money because they promised me, they've sent it to me. We go to do it, and it's the same e-gift card. And then he's standing there crying because he can't do it. And I'm just getting so frustrated, and no one's listening. I say the same thing every time.
How old is your son?
He's just turned 16, and this is his first ever, really backfired, his first ever he's purchased something. So he has additional needs. They're quite severe, so he doesn't have a bank account or anything like that. And this was his first purchase of anything, and it's not gone well. Okay.
And in terms of the tracksuit, so am I right in understanding that the 2 different items that he'd ordered was the tracksuit top and the tracksuit bottoms?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, but when they said one part of it was out of stock, the other wasn't, but he wanted it to match. I see.
Yes. So he's quite strict with clothing. They only wear certain colours, and things have to match. It has to be the way it is. There's no flexibility.
I see. And how much? So, which item was it that hadn't turned up? Was it the bottoms or the top?
The top. The top hasn't turned up. So that money has been refunded to a new e-gift card. We have that.
But the bottoms were returned to them. And do you know, have you got in writing confirmation that they received the bottoms back?
We do, yeah. They've got the online tracking. They've done all of that. And every time I speak to them over the phone, it's going to be resolved. And it never is.
And what is the value of the bottoms?
I think they're not expensive. 25, maybe just under £25. I do have the exact amount, but I can't remember.
So you need from me to speak to that company and to get them to send out an e-voucher for 25 quid to cover the cost of the bottoms.
Absolutely, that's it, because we already have the other one. And then he can place a new order and we'll be happy. But I just don't know why I can't get any further. I've tried so many times.
Oh, very frustrating.
Amazing. Yeah, it's really, really frustrating. And he gets so upset, and I don't know what else to do, and I can only do what I can do.
Well, I mean, your son, I guess, is going to realise that in life sometimes there are disappointments. And sometimes things don't go smoothly, and it's very frustrating. And this issue with his tracksuit is not going to be the first time in your son's life that somebody's going to mess him around. And I understand because of your son's condition, I understand that's possibly more disappointing to him. But I guess this is going to be a learning experience for him in terms of, unfortunately, this is something he is going to encounter again, probably, unfortunately, in life.
I agree. But it's not, in the grand scheme of things, it's not a huge deal. It's just something I would prefer not to be dealing with and would like it resolved. And it seems to me, I don't understand what the issue is. I don't know why it can't be resolved.
Yeah. Well, it does. Exactly. It sounds as if we just need to get the right person to press the right button on the right computer to make this happen.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. Well, can you leave this with us? What I'm going to do, I'll pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. We're going to have a word, okay?
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
It doesn't sound like it's beyond the wit of man or woman to resolve this, does it really?
It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous that it hasn't been sorted already. But there we go. Listen, I'm going to pass you back, Charlie, and we'll get that detail, okay? Mark's son likes a power tool and purchased a drill for him. It cost about 75 quid, this drill. But 2 days out of the 1 year guarantee, something's gone wrong with it.
The actual drill itself is okay. It's the actual charger that has gone wrong. It will not charge batteries. The chap went to see his manager and he come back and said, it's over 30 days, therefore we can't do nothing.
Well, I mean, that's a complete load of old nonsense, to be honest with you. As regular listeners to this programme will know, when you purchase a product from a UK-based retailer, you are covered by the Consumer Rights Act of 2015. That's the legislation that gives customer protection in this country. That Consumer Rights Act states that any product you buy must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality based on the amount of money you're spending in the first place, and very importantly, it must last for a reasonable amount of time. No company can override the law. So any company that tells you that they have their own terms and conditions or their own policy that doesn't abide by the Consumer Rights Act, I'm afraid is breaking the law. So don't ever allow a company to give you any misleading information. Any product you buy must last for a reasonable amount of time. And the law does not state that a year after you've purchased it, the retailer no longer has a responsibility to you. So please just be aware of that and don't let a retailer fob you off. Mark's back on the JVS show now. I've been dealing with this case on his behalf. Hello to you, Mark.
Oh, good afternoon.
So I've dealt with this retailer before, and I explained the situation and the way that I phrased it, because as you can probably imagine, Mark, I have had to explain the Consumer Rights Act many times over the years in my communication with them. The way that I phrased it was, I explained the situation and I said, I'm sure there must be a bit of a misunderstanding because I don't need to tell you about the Consumer Rights Act. You know all about that. So there must be a bit of a misunderstanding, all this business of a 30-day policy or a 30-day period. There must be a misunderstanding, and I'm sure you're going to sort it out. They've come back to say, we have resolved this issue directly with our customer. So have they? What's gone on, Mark?
My son received an email saying that does he want a refund or to buy another drill, but he'd have to put more money to it, which is understandable.
Yeah.
He emailed him back and said, could he have a refund?
Okay.
They emailed him back and said, can you give us the bank details? And he's had an email saying that he will have a cheque in the post within 21 days.
A cheque in the post?
Yeah.
What was the point of asking for his bank details then if they're going to start sending cheques out?
I know, yeah. But they said that they'll refund them the complete money, the complete amount.
Well, I mean, that's good that they're going to give the refund. It's a bit of a frustration that you're going to have to wait 21 days for the money back. Yeah. I mean, I bet when you bought the drill, you didn't delay 21 days before you paid for it, did you?
No, I had to pay for it there and then on the spot.
And as for this business of sending a cheque out, I don't quite understand that. But they've agreed to issue a full refund so your son can go and buy, well, I would suggest possibly if he's going to do... Does he do a lot of drilling?
Not really, no. Right. No. But he said that he's going to invest in a more expensive drill.
Right, yeah. I mean, I think £75 for a cordless drill is quite cheap. So even though, it all depends. And I mean, I'm one of those people that I hardly ever do any DIY because if I do, Mark, I put shelves up wonky, things fall off the wall. I'm absolutely useless. So I don't do very much drilling. So the prospect of spending hundreds of pounds on a drill would be a complete waste of money for me. However, I know there are lots of other people, if they do use the drill, you want to make sure it's a good quality one. And I would suggest that in order to buy a good quality drill, you're going to have to spend more than £75 on it if it's a cordless one. I tell you what I'm going to do. For the retailer, listen to this. It's a little bit of the horn. They will get the rest as soon as your son has received that money. Can you please keep me in the loop? And hopefully that will happen very shortly.
Yes, I will. Yeah.
Lovely.
And thank you very much to you and your team.
Mark, it's a pleasure. I'll hope to hear from you soon. Now, David came to me. He was telling me that he's had a burglar alarm system installed in his house for many years now. When the company announced that his alarm was now a bit old and he should have a change of system and that the price would go up, well, he decided to look elsewhere. And he came across a completely different company offering a completely different alarm system at a cost of £518.
I saw this burglar alarm advertised on a local website. The salesman came round and we agreed to go ahead with it. It's quite a professional presentation, but when it came to be installed, we realised we'd made a terrible mistake. It was far more complicated than we had imagined, and we wanted it out. There's internal cameras and a smoke system. Inside, it's a smoke canister.
What, if intruders come into your house, it releases smoke so they can't see where they're going?
That's right, yes. I've said to them, I think this is designed for factories and office blocks, but they assure us that 75% of the alarms they fit are in residential properties.
Well, David and his wife were extremely unhappy about this alarm system. I had a conversation off air with David's wife and she was very upset about the prospect of having cameras inside her house and people potentially being able to see what was going in their property. And this idea of a smoke system accidentally triggering and David and his wife being plunged into a plume of smoke while they're sitting there watching Cash in the Attic wasn't really their idea of what they were looking for from a security system. I spoke to the company on David's behalf, and when we last spoke, things were looking up. David's back on the JVS show. Hello, David.
Oh, hello, Jonathan.
Sounds like the kind of alarm system you'd see in a film, doesn't it? You know,
That's
sirens,
right.
flashing lights, smoke.
That's right.
Burglars not being able to see where they're going. I mean, it really sounded very dramatic. So I contacted the company, as you know, and they came back and they said, we can confirm that the contract has been cancelled and that the dismantle of the equipment has been booked in with the customer for Friday afternoon. The accounts department has confirmed they will be issuing a full refund of the fees incurred. So it was Friday of last week they were due to come out and to take away this very complicated and sophisticated alarm system. What happened, David? Did they turn up?
They did turn up. Yes, there's 2 of them turned up, and they dismantled it and took it away.
Took the whole thing away. Has it left a damage on your property or not?
There's a few holes, but I got some polyfiller.
I was going to say nothing that can't be solved with a little squeeze of polyfiller. I see.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. And in terms of the refund, have you received any refund yet?
No, I haven't received any refunds.
Okay. Well, I tell you what I'm going to do. Listen to this. It's half of my horn. They'll get the rest as soon as you've got your money back. Was it the full £518 that you paid them?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what I'll do is I will just drop the contact that I've been dealing with there an email this afternoon, and I would just thank him very much indeed for getting the alarm system removed and ask him as to when you can expect to see that £518 back in your bank account, yeah?
Okay, yeah.
How's your wife feeling? Because I know when I spoke to her, she was so upset on the phone about this alarm. Is she much better now?
Yeah, she's happier now.
Good. Good. Okay. Well, listen, I will hope to speak to you later on this week, and I hope to be able to give the company the rest of their horn. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right, David. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you for your help.
It's a pleasure. Absolute pleasure. Just for the next hour and a half, time for me to out naming any company names, please.
Thank you. So I ordered some flowers for my mum for Mother's Day. And usually I'm very lastminute.com, so I got organised this year and ordered them on the 19th of February. Had an email accepting delivery, accepting the order and everything. I didn't think any more of it until I spoke to my mum on Mother's Day and she mentioned nothing about the flowers. And then I was speaking to my sister who lives with my mum and said, oh, did Mum have a delivery? And Becky was like, no, why? And I said, well, I obviously sent Mum something for Mother's Day. So I contacted the company, I sent a couple of emails, I've had no response. I've left voice messages with my number and my order number, and I've had no response. And then last Wednesday or Thursday, I was talking to my mum, and she said, look, they're still not here. Contact Jonathan on Three Counties Radio. He'll try and sort it out. And I'm feeling really bad because obviously Mum's not had her Mother's Day present. I feel like I've let her down. She's saying I haven't because I ordered them. But I left
the thought was there. The thought
Thursday.
was there, but the flowers haven't arrived.
No, they have now.
Oh.
So last Thursday, I left them a voicemail that said, I'm really sorry. If you don't contact me back within a few hours' time, I've got no option but to go to Consumer Programme or the press or somebody. So rang, emailed your show, the guys rang me back, got it all sorted. And then Friday morning, my sister went to take the dog for a walk, and there on the doorstep is a box of flowers from the company. Mum says she wouldn't have paid a £5 for them. They were all full. They were half dead in the box. No water, no, tissue or anything round them. Nothing.
Oh, dear. And they turned up far too late for Mother's Day.
Far too late. 6 days late.
Okay. This company that I don't want anything that's going to identify them at this stage, but the company that you ordered them through, was this a good, reputable, well-known company that you'd had dealings with before, and they had a good reputation, or were they just some obscure company you found on the internet?
I've not had any dealings with them before, but yeah, I did make the mistake of, the website looked great, the flowers looked great. It was something a bit different from the usual company that I use. Don't deviate from them in future.
Well, if it's what I would say is the internet is absolutely full of companies, some of whom are really good and have a really good reputation, and they run their businesses brilliantly, and others really do not. Other companies out there, they work on the basis that they sell their stuff really cheap, so they're always going to get people taking an interest because of the price. And then they don't offer either the customer service that you'd expect or the quality of the product is not good. So it's always a good idea, particularly if you're coming across a company that you've never heard of before or had dealings with before. It's always a very good idea just to take a step back and say, do you know what, I'm just going to do a bit of research now. I'm going to see what other people are saying. Has this company got glowing reviews from loads of people who say they're fantastic, they've done such a lovely job for me? Or actually, when I start looking into this company, am I going to find loads of customers who have been let down? And it's amazing how sometimes even companies with very smart-looking websites, when you start looking them up, you think, oh my God, I'm not going anywhere near them. Look at the terrible reviews they've had.
Well, the reviews online were okay, but when I've had the problem, there are quite a lot of comments around about how bad they are and how let down they've been. And
when you say the comments,
what the pictures look like.
Hang on a second. When you say the comments online are quite good, you don't mean the comments on their own website?
No, the review was okay. Well, the ones I looked at.
On their own website?
Yeah.
Well, if you were running a company, would you put bad reviews on your own website?
No, exactly, yeah. No,
I mean,
it's a massive lesson learned.
You can never, ever base whether you want to use a company based on reviews they put on their own website. You need to be looking around and looking at independent websites, the avenues where actually a company has no control over what people are saying. Because, of course, any company, unless they're a bit stupid, they're obviously going to put glowing reviews on their own website that they have complete control over because they're not going to want people seeing the bad side. So always look up independent reviews. Now, this firm, have they actually ever bothered responding to you, or have they just ignored every single attempt at communication?
I've not had any response, no.
Okay.
The only one I had was acknowledging that they've received my order.
Yeah.
I've had nothing since.
Okay. Have you got a photo of the appalling quality of the flowers?
Yes.
Okay. How did you pay for them? With a debit card or credit card?
I can't remember. I need to have a look.
Okay. Please tell me it wasn't bank transfer.
Don't think so. No. Wouldn't have been.
Promise me you'll never do a bank transfer when you're buying stuff.
Yes.
Thank you.
Promise.
Because a bank transfer is the same as paying cash. And you'd have no protection. I mean, the reason why I'm interested, if you've paid for if you pay by debit card or credit card, you should be able to do what is known as a chargeback, which means that if you go to your credit card or your bank and you say, look, I purchased this, they didn't turn up when they were supposed to turn up. When they did turn up, look at the state of them, and I've been trying to speak to the company to get things resolved and they're just ignoring me, then you can do a chargeback through the bank or through the credit card company. How much did you pay for the flowers?
£13.
£13.
Yep.
And what were you supposed to get for your 13 quid? Because that sounds quite reasonably priced for a bouquet of flowers.
It was a bunch of 15 carnations with some gypsophilia and bits in it, yeah.
Right. And they look nice on the website?
Yep, look lovely.
And looked rubbish in the flesh?
Yes.
Oh dear. Right, okay. Well, let's see what we can do. Let's try and track this company down and see why they didn't actually deliver the flowers when they were supposed to, and why when they did deliver them they were such a load of old rubbish. Can they please refund the £13? How is your mum? Is she still disappointed, or has she got over it?
I think she's still disappointed. She's telling me she's okay, but no, I think she is disappointed.
Yeah.
That's mum's for you.
Yes, exactly. Putting a brave face. You mums, you have
I do the same for mine. Yeah, I've got a 14-year-old and I do exactly the same. So,
Exactly. Oh, no, I'm not hurt. I'm not upset.
That's fine.
I'm just quietly side-livid. Let's see what we can do. I'll pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word, OK? Now, Julie purchased a fridge freezer in November 2019 at a cost of £469. Everything was OK with this fridge freezer until a couple of weeks ago.
Some of our electrics started tripping, and it took a while for us to narrow it down, but it turned out to be the fridge freezer. The back is mostly sealed, but my husband managed to get a picture by holding his phone underneath, and you can see some sort of burning area inside. I emailed the company who sold it to us, and their policy is we should contact the manufacturer, but I said by law they have to sort it out. They said they could send an engineer out to fix it if we signed up for $15.99 a month for 12 months. Or we could have an engineer for a one-off visit for £119.
Well, I mean, that is simply not the service they should be offering, Julie. Let me just explain for any new listeners to the programme today. And apologies to my regular listeners, because you will have heard me banging on about this for years and years and years. When you purchase something from a UK retailer, you are covered by the Consumer Rights Act of 2015. The previous legislation was the Sale of Goods Act, 1979. It was replaced, that legislation, in 2015 by the Consumer Rights Act. It's very similar legislation, but in many ways the Consumer Rights Act is a bit better. That states the fundamentals that the product that you buy must be fit for purpose. It must be of reasonable quality based on how much you're paying, and it must last for a reasonable amount of time. It is clearly unreasonable that a brand new fridge freezer would stop working just over a year after purchasing it. And any company that ever says to you, oh, sorry, it's over a year old, there's nothing we can do, they either are trying to fob you off or they don't understand their obligation to you. Either way, it's completely unacceptable. Now, when Julie told me that this company was suggesting she'd have to pay for someone to come out and to fix this, of course it rang massive alarm bells. Well, Julie's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Julie.
Good morning, Jonathan.
I promised I'd go off and speak to the company on your behalf, and I've done just that, as you know. They are AO.com. They came back, their initial response was, we can confirm that the customer has been in touch with our customer care team, and we have agreed to conduct an engineer inspection which will check for any safety concerns with the appliance. As per our policy, when a warranty period has lapsed, a manufacturer engineer is required to inspect the issue to see if this is a product fault and safety concern or a customer fault, which we have agreed to fund. Now, that's fine, as long as they are prepared to fund that. And to be honest with you, Julie, and just to reiterate this again, I wouldn't have a problem with them saying, OK, fine, we'll send someone out to have a look at it. We will obviously cover the cost of that, but please be aware, if when we turn up to your property, we find that you've misused this product, then please be aware that you will then be held liable for the cost of any repair and indeed the cost of that inspection. You know, some customers do weird things to their stuff. And if a customer, for whatever reason, breaks something they've bought, it would be completely unreasonable to hold the retailer to account and to hold them responsible for that. So, but they certainly should not ever begin in a position of saying, oh, you've got to pay for someone to come and have a look at it as a customer. So they came out, they had a look, and indeed the chap who came out and had a look at it, he confirmed that it was nothing you'd done, and they said they'd get it sorted. But when I then spoke to you, well, yeah, I was a bit hopping mad, to be honest, because you were telling me that AO.com had said to you, OK, we will replace it with the same fridge freezer, but the same fridge freezer now costs more, so you've got to pay a difference of, it was over £100, wasn't it, they wanted from you?
Yes, it was. Yeah.
And then they said to you, and you've got to pay for the disposal of your old broken fridge freezer. I mean, the cheek of it, absolute cheek. I couldn't believe it. So I went back to them. I said, this is ridiculous. Surely you're not expecting this customer to have to now pay more money to have the same product that she purchased originally, but one that hasn't broken. And surely you're not expecting the customer to have to pay for disposal of this faulty product. Well, they came back. They said again, we are working with the manufacturer to resolve this issue for Julie. We can confirm that Julie will not be expected to contribute to any replacement, and all costs will be covered for a similar replacement the customer is happy with. Once we have resolved this matter fully, I can give you a further update. Well, I don't think I need them to give me a further update, because I gather things have happened since you and I last spoke. Julie, what's going on? Are you a happy bunny?
I am a happy bunny. They delivered a new fridge freezer on Saturday, different make. Didn't charge me anymore. Took the other one away, no charge, and it's working perfectly. Yay!
Fantastic. Great stuff. And the new fridge freezer, it's a good one, is it?
It's, am I allowed to say which one it is?
No, I'd rather you didn't, but I just want to know if it's a good one.
It's a good one that has a 5-year manufacturer's warranty with it and a 10-year on the compressor. So hopefully all will be all right going forward.
Good. But I mean, regardless of any warranty a product comes with, and this is what I'd like to just kind of conclude this case by reiterating, regardless of the warranty that comes with a product is over and above your rights under the Consumer Rights Act. So when you buy a fridge freezer, whether it comes with a 5-year warranty or a 1-year warranty, the law states that that fridge freezer should last for a reasonable amount of time. And if the fridge freezer dies 2 years after you bought it and you spent 500 quid on it, you still are perfectly within your rights to go back to the retailer and say, you have sold me a product that is not of reasonable quality. It has certainly not lasted a reasonable amount of time. Therefore, I hold you, the retailer, responsible, and I want you to do something to sort it out. But listen, I'm absolutely delighted that AO.com have got this sorted for you now. It was a bit of a palaver, but we got there in the end. Shall I give them my horn and thank them very much indeed?
Yes, please, and thank you to you and your team. You've been fantastic.
Well, it's an absolute pleasure, and I hope your new fridge freezer will last for many, many more years without giving you any kind of stress and hassle. All the best, and AO.com. Yesterday, Helen came to me. She was telling me that she lost her job, sadly, because of coronavirus, but she decided to retrain. She'd been interested in dog grooming for a long time, so she decided to pursue it as a career. She paid £3,500 for a course which was due to start in January, but there's been a problem.
Due to COVID, it's been delayed numerous times since then, and I have not started. It's now not due to start till the middle of next month. Because I was using the money left over from the sale of my car to pay for my mortgage, I've now run out of that money. I'm going to start struggling to pay my mortgage, because I should have already been qualified by now and out there earning money. You know, I haven't earned any money since October last year. They did actually offer me a refund last month, February. But at the time, we were due a government announcement. It looked like the country was going to open up again. So I said, don't worry, I'll wait. Recently, that's changed. It's come to light that I can't afford to not work for another 2 months. It will take a month to do the course, and it's a month to wait for the course. So I asked for my refund 2 weeks ago, and they refused it.
Well, I mean, it seemed a bit strange when Helen said that she had explained to this company how important the £3,500 was in terms of being able to pay to keep a roof above her head. The fact that they were rejecting any refund at all seemed a bit unreasonable, but I promised Helen I would contact them and hear their side of the story, and I've done just that. Helen's back on the JVS show. Hello, Helen.
Hello.
Hi, Helen. Right, now I've had a conversation with the lady that runs the company that you were going to do this training through. Yeah. And it would be fair to say they have a very different opinion on what's gone on here. First of all, she said, well, the course was started. She said the course was started in November of last year. She's done all of the theory work. She said, I've marked all of the theory work. That part of the course has been started and done. She was due to start the practical work in January of this year. But it's certainly not true to say that she hasn't started the course. I mean, do you accept that, Helen, that you had indeed done all the theory work?
I had done part of the theory work. I hadn't received all of the theory work yet. And they had marked some of the theory work, and I was still waiting for them to send back part of the results from the last part. But It was only to make changes and then submit it again. But at the same time, they offered me the refund after that anyway.
Yeah, so she said what happened was you were due to begin the practical part of the course in January.
Yeah.
And she said, when obviously the government put us all into lockdown again over Christmas and into the new year, at that point, she came to you and said, look, would you like to cancel? Because you're not going to be able to start the practical course in January as planned. So at this point, would you like to cancel and have your money back? But she said at that point, you said to her that you'd just applied for planning permission to build a dog grooming salon in your property. She said apparently it was going to be quite extensive. You were going to have a double garage with a mezzanine level that was going to house your dog grooming business. So she said that the response that she got from you was that you'd put in this planning permission, you wanted to go ahead and start your business, and you'd gone to all this effort of putting in planning permission, so you did indeed want to go ahead with the course and you didn't want to cancel.
Yep.
Does that ring a bell?
Yes.
She then said that the next thing she knew, she received an email from you to say that 16 of your neighbours had objected to the planning permission to have this extension put on your property. And as a result, you now couldn't get planning permission, so you would like to cancel the course now and have your money back. She said the reason she was given by you was not that you couldn't afford to pay your mortgage, it was that you'd had planning permission turned down to start your business as a dog groomer in your property.
That's incorrect. The planning permission wasn't rejected. We actually withdrew the application to make it a bit smaller, and the planning permission is still going through at this time. The reason that she's picked up on that, I'm not really sure why. I did tell her that the actual reason I wanted the refund was because I've run out of money. I feel as though she's just used that as a reason to reject the refund.
But her argument is that she'd offered to refund you and to allow you to withdraw from the course. But you'd said that you were now planning on embarking on all this building work on your house, and that presumably was going to be at quite a high cost.
Yes.
So her argument is that she said that subsequently she received another application for someone to do the course with her that she had to turn down because she said she only takes one client on at a time to do the practical part, and you've already got that booked. So she said she turned down a client because you'd said you still wanted to do the training as soon as she's able to do it. And then the argument she got from you was that the reason you wanted your money back was not because you couldn't afford to pay your mortgage, it was because you hadn't been given the planning permission. But she said, how come all of the money that you were due to spend on doing all this building work on your house to build a dog grooming parlour has suddenly all disappeared, and now you need the £3,500 just to cover your mortgage?
I can understand why she feels that way. It was my partner was going to be paying for the garage. It's a bit of a confusing situation when it comes to the mortgage, but my part of the mortgage I will be struggling to pay. Everything I've said is true.
Yeah. I think it's just from her perspective, she feels as if your reason to her for wanting to cancel the course is very different to the reason that you gave to me on the programme yesterday. And she feels it's unfair because she said she gave you the opportunity to cancel, you didn't want to cancel. She then turned someone else down to do the course. She's lost that other person now that could have done the course. She said she's more than happy to hold the course for you, as agreed, but she just feels as if because you had that planning permission turned down, you've changed your mind and therefore want your money back. But she says she's already started some of the course. She's entered into the contract. We gave her the chance to cancel, and she said she didn't want to. And I think she feels as if she's being messed around a bit.
Like I say, the planning permission hasn't been turned down. I even said to her myself, the planning has been delayed, but in that eventuality, I would look at getting a job in a dog groomers somewhere else, in which she was in full support of. You know, she said to me that other dog groomers will start looking to advertise once the country opens up again. So I don't know why she's using the planning permission as a reason. Maybe there's some crossed wires there, but that wasn't my reason for needing the refund.
No, I mean, she said to me that the last correspondence that I had when Helen came to me asking for her money back, she said the reason she wanted her money back was that 16 of her neighbours had objected to the planning permission. She can't get the dog grooming parlour built at her property, and therefore she doesn't want to go ahead and wants to cancel and have her money back. Does that
hers, you know?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Have you got a copy of that email? Because that would be quite useful.
I've got emails, yeah.
So you've got the email where you asked her for the money back, and it doesn't say that your reason for that was because you'd had the planning permission turned down.
I believe so. I mean, I've got everything in writing. I was talking to her about the planning permission. You know, yes, I did tell her that 16 neighbours had rejected it. We were very friendly, and she was helping me through it all. But it was never a reason for me to wanting to cancel the course. You know, like I said, I still wanted to go ahead with the course, even if it meant getting a job in a groomer's. You know, the dream was to work in a salon in my own garden. But if that part was to be delayed, then fine. But now, you know, like I say, I'm going to struggle to pay my mortgage, so that's why I needed the refund.
She said that the last she'd kind of had a conversation with the college, and that it had been discussed that you were going to put in a request through the college to cancel this. And she says that's the last she heard from you until my phone call to her yesterday. Obviously, from my perspective, because she was suggesting that she's got this email that demonstrates a very different reason for you wanting your money back to the reason that you've given me yesterday. I said to her, let me go and put that to Helen, see what Helen says, and then let me come back to you again. So if you're telling me that email does not say what she's saying, and if that email does make it very clear that, in fact, you haven't got money to pay your mortgage, then I'm more than happy to go back to her. What has just out of interest, what has the college had to say when you've complained to them?
The college, I went through their complaints procedure as well. They originally advised me to go through the complaints procedure with the dog grooming salon. When I went back to them, they said, unfortunately, they don't really get involved with the monetary side of things, more on how the salon would carry out the course itself. So,
I think your problem with this, I'm being frank about it, your problem is that you've entered into a contract for a course, and the course has been started.
Contract which was due to start on the 5th of January.
Yeah, I accept that. But she says that's not quite right, because she says the course did start in November, and you've already done some of the course.
Okay.
Well, but you said earlier that was true.
Yes, I just want to double check when I actually received the written assessments. But
okay, but her argument is it's not true that you hadn't started the course at all. She said you have started the course, you've done some of the theory work, she's marked some of the theory work, and it would appear from what you're saying this morning that is indeed the case. So if the course has been started, if she then gave you an opportunity to cancel, but she says she's got in writing from you a suggestion that you don't want to cancel, and the reason being you've put in planning permission to have a dog grooming salon built in your double garage. And then the reason that you want to cancel the contract is because of a third-party issue in terms of you've now not been able to build what you thought you were going to build. I think from a contractual perspective, you would find that she doesn't have to give you your money back.
That's fine. Yeah, no, I'm happy to send the emails to your team. I did inform your team of everything with regards to the written assessments. I have everything in a timeline and everything's already been sent over.
Well, yes, I've seen the timeline, but what is really important to me, I need to see a copy of that email that you sent her asking to cancel the course and to ask for your money back. Because she says the essence of that email is not, I am in dire financial straits, I can't afford to pay my mortgage. She says that email is, 16 of my neighbours have objected, I can't build my dog grooming parlour, therefore I don't want to go ahead with the course, can I have my money back, please? So I need to work out, who's actually giving me the accurate version of events, because surely you recognise from her perspective, if what she says is correct, that you were going to spend all this money having this dog grooming parlour built, then the argument that you've now got no money and you can't pay your mortgage sounds a bit flimsy.
Yeah, that's why I sold my car. So it freed up a couple of £1,000 to kit out a grooming salon. Like I said, I'd already bought some equipment for it, and the planning permission is still going through. So.
Right. Well, look, if you can get me over a copy of that email, that would be very useful for me to see exactly what's been said to her. And if I can see that very clearly you'd made it very, very, very clear to her that you were in dire financial straits, and as a result, that was why you needed to cancel and have your money back. I'm more than happy to go back to her again. So let's leave it there for now. Now, last May, Rob purchased a new carpet for his daughter's bedroom, costing £340. But a couple of weeks later, he spotted a bit of an issue with it.
A fold mark, like a crease mark, appeared all the way across from one side of the carpet to the other. So I went back to the company. They did come and fit a new one, but it took until September until that was done. And then just a matter of days later, a line appeared in the new carpet again. We went straight back to them again, and this time we requested that they didn't replace it with the same carpet. We wanted a different carpet, which they agreed to do, and that was around about October last year until February this year. They came out and fit the new carpet. But unfortunately, on this occasion, they've supplied the wrong colour carpet. They've installed a dark grey, almost charcoal colour carpet.
Well, the carpet was supposed to be light grey. The thing is, and this is the fly in the ointment here, firstly, Rob has not got anything written down as to exactly what carpet it was they were reordering. It was all done verbally. And the other issue is that on the day they came to fit the final carpet, they showed Rob's other half outside, and she said, yeah, that's fine, and gave the fitters the all clear to fit it. And it was only when Rob had a look at it and thought, that's not the right one, that an issue was first raised. Well, I've been off to have a word with the company to see if there's anything that can be done. Rob's back on the JVS show. Hello, Rob.
Hi, Jonathan. Right,
now let's just go through their response. There is a potential glimmer of hope, so let me just kind of let you know that is potentially going to be there at the end of this tale, although there might be some parts of the version of events I've received from the retailer that you're not happy with, or that you don't agree with. But, to be honest, it's very difficult for me to actually determine what has gone on because you haven't got anything in writing.
Sure.
So I spoke to the guy who runs the company. He said that indeed there were the issues with the first carpet. He said it was a faulty batch, unfortunately, which is why when they came and they replaced the carpet initially, it was fitted again with a carpet that had the same issue. So he said, yeah, sorry about that. It was a faulty batch. He said we were then informed by the manufacturer of that original carpet that there was going to be a delay with getting the carpet again. So in the end, it was agreed with Rob that he was going to come into the store and reselect a different carpet. And he said that you came into the store and he said you were in there for ages choosing the colour.
Okay.
And he said that the range of carpet that you chose, it was Pebble Beach. That was the name of the range. And he said the colour that you chose was Pirate.
Mm-hmm.
He said Pirate is the sample that is right at the top. And he said that was what you chose. and he said that Pirate is what they fitted in your house. He accepts that because of the lighting in their shop and because of the room that the carpet was being fitted in, it looks darker in your house in the photos you've sent. But he said that carpet, I absolutely guarantee, the carpet that's been fitted in Rob's house is the carpet he ordered, Pirate.
Okay, right.
Now, as you and I have said before, you haven't got anything in writing, so
I don't have anything. No.
It's impossible for me to argue with that point, really. He is insistent that you ordered... Does the name Pirate ring a bell?
It only rings a bell from the point when they fitted the carpet, because before that, I'd never heard of it even.
Okay. Well, he said that because I know when you came to me, the details I've got is that you thought the carpet was Pebble Beach, but he says that's the range of carpet.
Yeah.
It's not the colour. He said Pebble Beach is the range, and then there are a whole load of colours, and he said you chose Pirate. Now, he said, ultimately, you've got the carpet you ordered. I said, yeah, okay, well, that let's work on the basis that we accept that. However, there's also a customer here who's not happy with the carpet. What he has said is the fairest he can do, if you're really not prepared to live with that carpet, would be that he can replace the carpet for you with a different one, and he can do that with a 20% discount, which would mean he was doing it at cost for you.
Right, okay.
But you would still need to pay for the fitting of the other carpet, because he said it's not his fault that you okayed the last carpet to be fitted. So he said you would need to pay the fitter. But if you really can't live with the colour that's in there now, he will sell you another carpet at cost price, because he recognises that, he originally made the profit from you when he sold you the first carpet.
Sure, okay.
So, I don't know. I mean, is that something you would consider doing? At least it's an option now on the table.
It's definitely an option, but I wouldn't be prepared to put any money back into that company. I'd rather go elsewhere and spend my money, spend a little bit more money even, and pay a different fitter than go back to them, unfortunately.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, I can't possibly speculate on whether you're being reasonable or not in saying that, because based on what he's saying, he's done nothing wrong. He fitted the carpet. He sold you a carpet to start with. The carpet was faulty, replaced it. Unfortunately, it was a faulty batch, so the second one was replaced with a faulty carpet. Then he offered you the choice to choose another one. He says he's fitted that, but you don't like it. Now, it's impossible for me to argue whether that's right or not.
It's literally just my word against his.
It is,
when I said to him, I don't do this very often. I said, on my daughter's life, I said I didn't choose that carpet, and he just went completely quiet after that. He knows I'm right. If he's listening now, he'll know I'm right, but he's so adamant.
Well, he is absolutely adamant, and as you've just pointed out, it's your word against his, because everything, and this is why it's so important to reconfirm stuff in writing. Listen, don't make a decision now. Have a think about it, and let me know what you want to do, and if you do want to take that offer, I'll go back and speak to him. Hello, Maggie.
Good morning.
Maggie, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yes, I bought a telescopic ladder in April 18 with a 1-year guarantee, and I bought it by mail order. I kept the ladder in the garage, used it possibly 2 or 3 times. And then in September 2020, my son-in-law used the ladder to access the roof space in the garage. As he climbed the ladder, a couple of the rungs literally gave way.
Oh dear.
My daughter and I were at the bottom, said there was no problem. I wrote to the company to advise them of the poor quality of the item. I would have expected it to be more robust and last for many years. I mean, I don't use a ladder.
Can I just ask you a slightly delicate question, but it's very important. When you buy a ladder, it will always have a maximum weight limit on the ladder. You said it was your son-in-law who used it. Is he a big chap?
No, quite the reverse.
Oh, right, okay. So it wasn't as if he was, 20 stone trying to climb this ladder.
No, and it wasn't as if the ladder had been used for work purposes on a daily basis.
No, that's fine. But I mean, even a domestic ladder will have a maximum weight limit that you can use on it. So, and you would certainly not want to exceed that. But if you're telling me your son-in-law is a perfectly reasonable weight, then it sounds exceptionally dangerous that two of the rungs of the ladder would give way under his weight. Do you know how much your son-in-law does weigh?
I would imagine, I don't know exactly, but I would imagine about 10 stones.
Oh, blimey. Okay. There's nothing of him.
No.
Okay. So you contacted the company to tell them about the problem. What did they say?
They replied, quoting the Consumer Act of 2015, to say they could only refund within the guarantee period. Otherwise, they were obliged to repair or replace.
That's fine.
And they had no repair facility. So I got back to them to ask if that meant that they would replace the ladder. I didn't get a reply, so I emailed them again, quoting the Consumer Act, and asking if they proposed to replace the ladder. They replied to me, offering me a £10 voucher when I next spent a minimum of £30. I got back to them expressing my disappointment and saying that I proposed to take this further. They replied again, saying that I could have a £10 voucher with a £30.
How much had you paid for the ladder?
The ladder was £85, £84.99.
Okay. And they were offering you a £10 voucher?
Yes, if I spent £30 with them. I have to say,
that's ridiculous.
I'm quite reluctant to make any further purchases.
No, I mean, the simple fact is, this ladder clearly is not of reasonable quality. And it's as a result, if you're telling me your son-in-law only weighs about 10 stone, if you're telling me the ladder had hardly been used anyway, then your son-in-law at 10 stone climbing that ladder should not have caused two of the rungs to collapse. The fact that two of the rungs have collapsed means it's not of good quality. Therefore, the Consumer Rights Act gives you the ability to go back to that company and say, this product is clearly not of reasonable quality. It hasn't lasted for a reasonable amount of time. How do you want to resolve the matter? And if they can't repair it, and that's fine, if they can't repair it, then they need to either give you a replacement product or they need to give you your money back. It's very simple.
I have to say, I mean, that's why I've pursued this, because the ladder is clearly not fit for purpose. Had it had reasonable wear and tear, then fair enough. But I just felt it was wholly unreasonable, and they did not seem to acknowledge this in their dealings with me.
And what was your son-in-law actually doing at the time that he used the ladder?
We'd put the ladder up because we were wanting to store some items in the loft. So we put the ladder up. He was going up the ladder so that we could pass him things to put in a little loft space.
I see. So he wasn't carrying anything at the time?
No, literally. We'd extended the ladder, propped it against the loft, and my daughter and I were standing at the bottom, ready to pass things up.
Right. And when all of us, was he okay? He wasn't hurt?
No. But it's a bit of a shock, obviously, when the rung gives way underneath you, and you put your foot down to the next one, and the next one gives way as well.
Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, it's exceptionally dangerous. Thank goodness he was okay. Well, it sounds like I need to go and have a little chat with this company and find out why they seem to be offering such an inadequate solution to this problem. I think they've got an absolute blooming cheek to give you a £10 voucher on the basis that you put more business their way. It's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Okay, well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word, okay?
That's very worrying.
Thank
I mean,
you.
you could end up okay. They could all be okay until you get to the top couple as well. And depending on the job you were doing, you could put yourself into a right fix.
Well, imagine if you were carrying something coming down from a loft and not one but two of the rungs gave way. It could be dreadful. Exceptionally dangerous.
You've made me realise I'm going to check my ladder when I get back home. When I next
just out of interest, have you or your family done any research online just to see if anyone else has had the same problem with this same ladder?
Do you know, it didn't occur to me. I've just been dealing with the company.
I think it would be useful just to do a little bit of research just to see if other people have had the same issue, because it may well be that there is a bit of a safety concern regarding this. But either way, their response is completely and utterly unacceptable. Can you hang on there? I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. Heather booked 2 tickets for a bingo night to celebrate her friend's birthday. This was last summer. But of course it couldn't go ahead because of coronavirus. She's been trying to get her money back ever since.
Me and some friends bought some tickets for a bingo event last March, and obviously the pandemic happened. So the event was in May, so it was postponed, but obviously no future date was planned. I've been trying since last summer to get a refund for it, and I've been countlessly ignored. And told that they have to adhere to a credit policy. However, I've said the contract's frustrated. You can't provide me with the service that you originally meant to, so can I have my money? And they've just said no, basically.
Well, we're not talking about the most enormous amount of money here. It was only 20 quid. But even so, Heather said, look, through no fault of ours have we not been able to use these tickets that we bought. The company's got our money. We want it back, thank you very much indeed. And because this was for a birthday that has now passed, there wasn't really much point in rebooking it for a future event. So I've been off to have a word with the company on Heather's behalf. Heather's back on the JVS show. Hello, Heather.
Hello.
Hello, Heather. Right, now, I did indeed contact the company, and the chap who responded, he sounds, it's quite difficult to tell, I know, by email, but he sounds quite a bouncy fellow. His response sounds quite bouncy. He said, "Hey, Jonathan, hope you're good. I just spoke to the team. They say they haven't heard from this customer since December of last year, and they assumed she was happy with the event credit. The guys are going to contact her direct to sort it out now. Thank you." He then, and I was rather amused at this, he then signed off his email with a kiss. Which doesn't happen very often, but there we go. Maybe he forgot he was sending a work email, or maybe he's just exceptionally friendly. He then came back to confirm that indeed someone has been in touch, and you should be a much happier bunny. And in fact, I now know that this wasn't a mistake in that he thought he was writing to a friend of his, because his second email also is signed off with a kiss. So he's clearly just a very affectionate person. Heather, what's happened? They called you?
I literally got an email at 12:10 today, and they said that they are refunding me, and that they hope, obviously, I support them in the future.
Oh, right, okay. So they hadn't contacted you until today?
Yes, just now, yeah.
Oh, right, okay. But you're getting a full refund of the 20 quid?
Yep, absolutely full refund. It's great.
Okay, good. Okay, well, that's great. Is it true that you hadn't gone back to them since December to say you weren't happy with the credit?
Well, obviously, I responded to them in December. They then emailed back, and then I emailed again, and I said that I'm not happy with the credit.
Oh.
On the exact same day, only maybe like an hour or two later. And then obviously I have contacted them through Facebook, because obviously I can see when they've read it.
Right. But so you had indeed confirmed to them that you were not happy with the credit. You did want your money back.
Yep, multiple times, yeah.
Oh, right, okay. Well, I don't know quite how that breakdown in communication has occurred. Listen, they're giving you your full refund. Did they mention to you in the email when you can expect to receive it?
5 to 10 working days, I believe.
Okay, fine. Well, look, I tell you what I'm going to do. Listen to this. A bit of the horn. They're not going to get the rest until you've got all of your money back. Can you please let me know? And of course, if they don't refund you the money, I'll go and chase them up for you. But hopefully now, this very affectionate man at the company who signs off his emails with a kiss, hopefully he will ensure that happens, okay?
Yeah, it's great then.
Okay. All right. Listen, keep me in the loop and I'll speak to you soon. Now, David had a burglar alarm system installed in his house, and he'd had it for years. But when the company announced that his system was now a bit old and he'd have to upgrade it, and in fact that was then going to cost him a whole load more money, David decided to go elsewhere and get a completely new alarm system installed instead, one that cost him £518.
I saw this burglar alarm advertised on a local website. The salesman came round and we agreed to go ahead with it. It's quite a professional presentation, but when it came to be installed, we realised we'd made a terrible mistake. It was far more complicated than we had imagined, and we wanted it out. There's internal cameras and a smoke system inside. It's a smoke canister.
What, if intruders come into your house, it releases smoke so they can't see where they're going?
That's right, yes. I've said to them, I think this is designed for factories and office blocks, but they assure us that 75% of the alarms they fit are in residential properties.
Well, David said, look, he just wants the alarm system taken out. He doesn't want to go ahead with it. He feels as if it's all been a terrible mistake. I promised him that I'd go and speak to the company on his behalf. I've done that, and when we last spoke to David, things were really looking up because the company came out last Friday. They took the whole alarm system away, including the smoke canisters and the cameras in the house, which David and his wife felt so uncomfortable with. And they promised that they were going to be sorting out a full refund. But when I spoke to David, he hadn't yet received the money. Well, I've been back to have a word with that company. There's more news. David's back on the JVS show. Hello, David.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, David. So, I did indeed go back to the company, and I just wanted to briefly touch base with you today just to say that they say the payment to you was refunded last Friday of £518. They say that was refunded to... How did you pay for the original installation?
With a credit card.
With a credit card, OK. Well, that may well take a few days before it shows up on your credit card, but they say they've put the refund back onto your card.
Oh.
Now, they also say... Sorry?
Yeah, it wasn't in the week. It wasn't back on in weekend because I did have a look.
No, it will take a few days. With a credit card, it can take up to 7 days before it shows up. So it may well be that it won't show up until the end of this week, but do keep checking it on a daily basis, please. But they say, as far as they are concerned, they processed that refund last Friday, so it should be showing up very soon. They also went on to say that this coming Friday, the 26th of March, they will then be issuing a further refund of £36.42 for the monthly fees that you've paid.
I didn't know they'd taken. I didn't see a direct debit set up because I did check.
Well, it might be worth... the reason I wanted to have a catch-up with you, because it might be worth just checking your account to see if indeed a direct debit has been set up, because they seem to be under the impression that they owe you £36.42 back.
Oh.
So it's worth just checking that. And obviously, if you have got, if a direct debit has been set up on your account, it would be worth cancelling that at this point.
Yeah.
So in effect, what I'm saying to you is, can you please keep checking not only your bank account, but also your credit card this week, and let me know as soon as the money turns up. If it hasn't turned up by Friday, I'll go and chase them again. But they're confident now they've refunded you, OK?
Oh, hello, Jonathan.
Patricia, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
OK. On the 1st of January this year, I bought a daily newspaper, and in the middle you get a supplement of showing you all the offers and deals that are going on in all the shops, clothes shops, beauty shops, supermarkets. And there was an offer on there to say, grab it now, and it was an offer to buy some posh perfume, half price. So it was reduced from £49 down to £20. So I thought, wow, what a bargain.
Is it the perfume you normally wear then?
No, it's not. It was not for me. I've got twin granddaughters, so it would be it's buy one, get one free. So I thought, well, I could get two for £40 and still be £9 better off. But because of the make, I know they would adore it because their dad has the aftershave. So I know they really like this brand. So anyway, I thought, right. So, and it said you had to go online to get it. So I went on the website, found the perfume, and it was still showing the original price, but I thought, well, it may be that when you put it in your basket and go to checkout, the price would be reduced.
What did it say on the advert? I mean, how were you supposed to buy the perfume according to the advert in order to get the perfume for 20 quid?
Well, it just says, the advert says, so if no one bought you this posh perfume this Christmas, now's the time to treat yourself because the price has been slashed from £49 to £20, and log on to our website, and it just gives you the website of the company.
Right. And did it have terms and conditions at all where it said, you need to enter a voucher code or anything like that? No?
No, there was no code.
Right.
So I went onto the website, found the perfume. There was loads of cheap perfumes on there for all, different prices. But this particular one, still had the original full price on it. So I thought, well, maybe when you put it in your basket and you go to pay for it, it automatically reduces the price. But it didn't. It came up £98.
Oh, dear.
That's P&P. And I thought, no, that's a bit expensive. And I'm sure my granddaughters wouldn't want me to pay that sort of price anyway for them. So I came out and I thought, well, maybe I've done something wrong. So I put it in again. It still came up the full price. So I thought, well, maybe because the offer's only just gone in the paper, it might not have all gone through. So the next day I'd done the same thing, still the full price. So I'd done it for about 3 or 4 days and I thought, well, this is not right. So I cut the advertisement out of the paper and I've got one of the shops not far from where I live. So I popped into the shop and I showed the lady the little offer. And she said, oh, that's a good buy. She said, well, we've got it in the shop, but it's still the full price. So she said, if you have to go online, that's the only way you're going to get it at that price. So I said, okay, came home, tried again, still couldn't get it at this reduced price. So I phoned the company and I said, you've got an offer on for this particular perfume. I said, but you're still showing it at the full price, not at the reprice that you've put in this offer. So she said, so what does the offer say? So I told her and she said, well, if you've got to go online, then that's how you're going to get it. And I said, well, I'll keep trying to go online. And she said, well, there's nothing we can do. You have to go online. So I thought, okay. So I came home, tried again, still couldn't get it. So I finally phoned the newspaper and got through to a lovely lady that was working from home, obviously, and told her the situation. And she said, okay, let me see if I can find the newspaper. So she obviously scrolled back a few days because this was on about the 6th I phoned her. And she said, oh, yeah, I've got the paper. So she said, right, let me find the supplement. Found the supplement. And she looked at the advert and she went, oh, wow, that's a bargain, isn't it? And she said, what's the problem? And I basically told her, I can't get this perfume for this price. And she said, well, I can't understand why, because, we only put the advertisements in the paper if the offers are there.
Yeah.
So she said, would you like one of our team to look into it? And I said, oh, yeah, that would help, if I've got somebody to help me. So she put me onto one of her team people. And from that day up until about 3 weeks ago, I've been emailing the company, and then every time an email comes back, the newspaper team tell me I've got a message, and I think they've been watching all the messages that I've been getting, because all the messages that come through from the company that does the perfume, I get, oh, hello, I'm sorry, but I'm not the person that can help you. I will pass this over to another person in our team, and they should be able to help you, and they will email you. So this has been going on, Jonathan, for 8 weeks.
Oh, how very frustrating. I've got my team have forwarded me over the advert.
Yes,
so I've got the advert in front of me. It says in big letters, grab it now.
Grab it now.
And then it says, it's got a little bottle of perfume. It says, we have a great nose for a bargain, and this one's not to be sniffed at.
Exactly.
Then it says the kind of perfume, and it says that's in the 30ml version.
That's right,
has been slashed from £49 to £20 at, and then it gives the website address.
Exactly.
So if no one bought you posh perfume this Christmas, now's the time to treat yourself.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, look, the simple fact is, if when you go to that website, it does not have the perfume at that price, that's not acceptable.
No.
I mean, why? And you're sure that the newspaper's not an old newspaper you're looking at this advert in?
It's the 1st of January. It was New Year's Day.
Yeah.
So it's not as if it was a Christmas offer. It was New Year's Day. So the newspaper team turned around and said to me, would I like to escalate my file and see if I can get up a ladder and get somebody higher up to sort it out? So I did.
Yeah.
And I got 2 emails. The first one I sort of got was to say, we're sorry, we cannot offer you this perfume at this price, but we do have lots of other perfumes that are cheaper. And if you would like to give me your loyalty card number, we will put 500 points on it for you. And I text them back and I turned around and said, this is not an old offer. And I said, it's not acceptable. And I turned around and said to him, well, tell me when this offer was available for this price. And Jonathan, at no time in that 8 or 9 weeks did anyone turn around and say to me, oh, I'm sorry, we've put the wrong price in, or it was for a limited time only, or only while stocks last. Nothing. So anyway...
Well, I think it sounds like I need to go and have a little word with this company and ask what on earth they're playing at. I mean, what's the point of putting an advert in the paper that is extremely enticing?
Exactly.
If the perfume and the product that they would have spent money putting that advert in the paper. What was the point?
Yes.
What was the point of doing it if you haven't even got that perfume for sale? They must have had. Have you tried looking it up on the internet? They must have had loads of people that were really annoyed about this.
Well, this is what I'm wondering with your readers. I mean, surely other people saw it, and I'm just wondering if any of your other readers did manage to get that perfume at that price, going through their website. It would be very interesting.
Well, certainly I will see if the phone lines start ringing with people for whom this rings a bell. But, I mean, I'd like to go and have a word with this company and just ask why the offer that was advertised did not seem to exist. That doesn't seem very fair. And you, in good faith, it sounds as if you've spent a lot of time and effort trying to get hold of that perfume. I'm surprised that this company, which is a very large company, I'm very surprised that they've not recognised in good faith you were trying to make this purchase. I'm very surprised they haven't agreed to honour it. It's ridiculous.
No. But I just felt I was fobbed off at the end for them to say, we'll give you 500 points on your loyalty card. Well, do I want to be loyal to anymore?
Now, Delia came to me. It's to do with a food mixer, but it's not the Delia. It's not Delia Smith. It's a different Delia. She was really hoping she'd be able to purchase the food mixer of her dreams. She'd been thinking about this for quite some time. But despite ordering one in the middle of last year, her kitchen worktop is still bare.
I'm a big baker anyway, and I thought, right, I'm going to invest in a new mixer. So I called up the company in question, and when I spoke to them, I then said I was going to go and make the order online. And they said that I could place it with them over the phone. I could get a 30% discount and a free attachment. It was £489 and 30p. But it's a really good one. So I paid for the item back in June of 2020. It was due to be in stock in July. No item turned up. In August, they said that they didn't have stock, but the stock date had changed. It was now September. No item arrived. In October, they said, really sorry, but due to the pandemic, it's not due to be in stock until March 2021. Let me give them a quick ring in February and find out what's happening. I need to find out that my order had been cancelled.
Well, Delia has received her money back. However, it wasn't really her money back that she wanted. She wanted the food mixer of her dreams. And the trouble is, the price that she'd originally paid for this food mixer was considerably less than they are for sale now. So she was really very disappointed. I promised her I would contact the company and try and get this sorted out. And last time I spoke to Delia, things were really looking up. She's back on the JVS show. Hello, Delia.
Good morning, JVS.
Hello, Delia. Now, as you are aware, and as regular listeners to my programme are aware, this food mixer, it's a KitchenAid food mixer, one of those posh ones. and one of those very expensive ones that looks exceptionally nice on your worktop, on your luxury worktop.
It does.
They came back to say, we are extremely sorry to hear about Delia's recent purchasing experience. We apologise for the inconvenience. Since you pointed this out, Jonathan, we've been in touch with Delia and we're working with her to make sure she gets the stand mixer she wants. And we'll follow up again to ensure it arrives. Well, that sounded good. It sounded like a positive promise, but there were still some concerns over the stock availability, and I know you were very particular about the colour. You want a black one, don't you?
I did. They still don't have the stock for the black one, but I've kind of given up hope, and I've said, do you know what, I like the silver one. Yes. So I decided to go ahead and purchase the silver one. Yeah. And in less than 24 hours, it arrived on my doorstep from Belgium.
Fantastic. And does it, I mean, I know obviously if you wanted the black one, then I presume that was because you wanted it to look and to match certain things in your kitchen. But does the silver look very smart?
It looks lovely. I've got to say, I did invest in a few more items whilst I was on the website. So I do have another item that matches the silver.
Right. Lovely. So it looks good on your worktop, and very importantly, does it work nicely?
I haven't tried it out yet. It literally only arrived yesterday.
Wow, and already you haven't been putting flour and water and mix in there. I think if I'd waited all this time, I would have been whipping up loaves left, right, and centre.
I will be. I've just found a new tin that I've purchased for a nice lemon meringue cake.
Lovely.
Yes, so I'll definitely be using it. So thank you very much for your help. I'm still waiting for my free bowl to arrive, but they said it should arrive within kind of next week.
Right.
But thank you so much for your help. And in actual fact, because the price had increased even more since I last spoke to you, they increased the discount so that I could get it at the price. But in actual fact, I got it cheaper than my original price. So thank you so much.
Oh, that's good. Great. Well, I call that a good result. Shall I give them almost all of the horn but reserve a tiny bit back for your bowl?
Definitely. Thank you so much.
All right,
and
listen to this.
I have sent you some pictures.
Have you?
Yes, I have.
Of your food mixer?
Of my food mixer.
When did you send those? I get a lot of emails every day. Oh, yes, hang on a minute. KitchenAid mixer. Let me have a little look. I can see a nice cake. I've just opened a picture. I've got a whole load of cakes.
Yes, there is one with... I tell you, cakes are an art. I know you don't like them.
Not really. Oh, hang on. There's another email here.
Yes.
Oh, I can't see it. I can't see it. It's just you sent me a picture which is all squashed up and squeezed. You can't see anything at all. So I saw the cakes.
I'll resend it.
Yes, I would like to see it. I'd like to give you my professional view on whether your kitchen worktop looks luxury and executive. I'm sure it does. Listen, I'm going to give this... Notice I've reserved one honk at the end for KitchenAid. They'll get the rest when you've got your bowl. Can you please keep me posted, Delia? And we'll hopefully close the case next week. But that's great stuff.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Now, just as lockdown started last year, the hinge on Jackie's daughter's laptop broke. Talk about timing. Well, this laptop was just over a year old at the time, and Jackie thought, oh, God, what with lockdown on the horizon, she thought, I've just got to get this laptop fixed as quickly as possible. So she didn't take it back to the retailer where she bought the product from. Instead, she took it to a local repair shop that she thought would be able to turn things round nice and quickly. Initially, they told her they were going to charge £25 to fix this hinge, but then the price went up to $40 because they said they'd need to order in another part. So when it was supposed to have been fixed, well, Jackie went into the shop to pick it up.
No one was really touching anything, so I said, can you just open the machine and just show me the hinge and then pop it in this bag and I'll take it away. And as he opened the machine, the whole screen was just completely smashed. I just kept saying, oh my God, you smashed my machine. He just kept saying, well, it must have been bought in like that. And I said, well, of course it wasn't bought in like that. It would say on the repair ticket that I'd bought in a smashed up machine and I just want a hinge fixed. But he wouldn't have any of this. And he kept saying, this wasn't our fault. You bought it in like this. You owe me £60. And he said, oh, no, don't be silly. You owe me £60. And he flicked the switch behind the counter and the shutters were coming down. And I just started to panic and I was all a bit nervous and I didn't know what to do. So I just kind of opened the door and, rolled under the shutters and got out of the shop.
Well, despite all of that, Jackie decided to give them another chance to fix it. But she said every time she did, they came up with other stories and excuses as to why it hadn't been fixed. So, thoroughly fed up last year, she came to me. And that's where the real fun and games began. Jackie's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Jackie.
Hello, Jonathan.
Nice to speak to you. Long time no speak.
It's been a while.
It has been a while. So let me just recap for everybody listening to the programme where we got to last time you and I had a conversation. The company concerned is a company called Mobile Mall Limited, based at 3A West Street in Dunstable. Now, they did last year, it would appear, rebrand as Phone World. They're still in the same location, but the company's official name on Company's House is Mobile Mall Limited. When I went off to have a word with the manager of the shop, he said, and this is just looking back at my notes from the 2nd of October of last year when I first made contact with him, he said, she's lying. That's you, the customer. He said, when the customer brought the laptop in, the screen was already broken. But she said she wasn't bothered about that, as the laptop still worked. She just wanted the hinge to be fixed. Well, when I said, well, I'm sorry, but it does not say anywhere on the paperwork that Jackie was given that this phone came in with an existing damaged screen. Surely you would have noted that down, because surely it's obvious that you would be blamed for that unless you'd made a note of it. He said that as far as he was concerned, no, it's your word against his. The screen was already broken when you brought it in. When I talked to him about the fact that you then maintained that the company tried to lock you in their shop, he did say that there was a man that he'd had working there that was quite aggressive, but he told me that he'd sacked him just after the lockdown. So this wasn't something that anybody else needed to worry about. He then suggested that he was going to contact you and to resolve the matter. But instead, what seemed to happen was he went on holiday. Well, certainly he went abroad anyway, and he was gone for ages. And instead, when I phoned the company, I was told that no one else had been left in charge of this complaint. I was told I could not speak to this manager on his holiday or wherever he'd gone in the world. But what was rather interesting was you had, as part of the laptop, you had a kind of Find My Device, didn't you?
Yeah.
And when you looked on the Find My Device, it suggested that your laptop, your daughter's laptop, was sitting on a market stall in Mumbai.
Yes.
And it just so happened that I was told that this man had indeed gone on holiday to India. So we're thinking to ourselves, what on earth's gone on? Has he taken your laptop with him? Has he taken it and put it on a market stall? I mean, what on earth is happening? This went on and on and on and on, and I had various conversations with the company. They finally seemed to suggest that they were prepared to fix the screen for you. They said that was at a cost of £50, but they said it was going to take 3 months before they could fix it because they'd have to order the part in from the Far East. Well, understandably, you were not happy about that. Last time you and I spoke, miraculously, you'd managed to get the laptop back. It certainly wasn't fixed, was it? But at least you managed to get it back.
Yes, we went to collect it. I think they just completely washed their hands of it. They didn't want any more to do with it. They went through a whole period of refusing to even let me see it. They were refusing to let me have it back unless I was giving them money.
Yeah.
But after, I think, you'd been talking to them, they just phoned me out of the blue and just said, come and collect it.
Yeah.
And I went in and I got it, and it was in exactly the same condition. No, it wasn't. It was in exactly the same condition as after they said they'd repaired it. So the hinge was broken, the screen was smashed,
So nothing had been done to it whatsoever?
No, nothing. No, and I was worried when they were refusing to let me see it or even send pictures of its condition. I thought it might have been in many different parts, but it wasn't. It wasn't. It was the same broken condition. Yes, and I had it fixed elsewhere.
So you had it fixed, but you were not prepared, and I don't blame you. You were not prepared just to let things lie. So you were going to be pursuing Mobile Mall Limited through the Small Claims Court, trading as Phone World, and I gather things have come to a conclusion. What's gone on, Jackie?
Well, I mean, it was really very easy for me. I had written to them before taking them to court, requesting that they paid the repair bill, and they didn't respond. I then entered the court papers, and they didn't respond to those either. I pushed for the county court judgment against them, and the day after that arrived in the post, they contacted me to make payment. In full? In full. So they paid the repair bill and the court costs.
And how much did that come to?
Just a few pennies over £166.
Well done to you for pursuing it, because there are so many people who, faced with this kind of nightmare, would have kind of just got it sorted themselves and written it off to a bad experience. But it does take people to stand up to certain companies, and you've done just that. And let's hope that some lessons have been learnt.
It was very straightforward to fill out the court papers. I was very surprised. Obviously, it was easier for me because we didn't actually go to court, because they just didn't respond to anything until they got the CCJ against them. But it was very cheap, very easy, and it could all be done online.
Brilliant. Well, that, I think, is a result for you and for the court. I really hope that Mobile Mall Limited, trading as Phone World in Dunstable at 3A West Street, let's really hope that some lessons have been learnt and that this isn't going to ever happen to anybody else again. And for everybody else listening to the programme, they will choose their repair shop wisely, no doubt.
I didn't even really mind the fact that they had broken the laptop. If they'd apologised and just fixed it, I really wouldn't have made much of a complaint, because accidents happen, people make mistakes, but their attitude was so rude and so belligerent throughout the whole process. I just felt I had to take it to court. I had to take it and see it through to the end.
Good for you. Absolutely good for you. And you know what? I'm gonna give you the horn. Now, Davina had a resin-bonded driveway fitted at the end of 2018. Took a few weeks to complete, and it cost Davina £6,000 for the drive, and then she paid another £600 for a wall. Well, she paid in cash, but she noticed a very big problem with the driveway.
I went out in February this year. It'd been down just over a year to sort of spring clean it, get up all the leaves, wash it down, get it ready for the summer. And I noticed quite a few hairline cracks in it. So I immediately emailed the company to say I'd got hairline cracks in it. They said they'd look into it. And then we went into COVID. I sent them a couple of emails during that period, sort of to keep the fire burning. The man that came out to repair it said to me, you know, it's only got a 12-month guarantee. This is a gesture of goodwill. He was a young boy. He came out with a little oil can with sort of, I presume, resin in it to try and fill the cracks. They're basically a hairline, and some of them have got a little bit wider. Of course, the resin has overflowed the cracks, and because it's sealed on top of the drive, it might have sealed the cracks, but they're now twice as dark as the rest of the drive.
Well, Davina's not happy with the way this drive looks. I'll be honest with you, when Davina first came to me, I was not particularly au fait with resin-bonded driveways, but I have since become much more familiar with them. And indeed, when they are done properly, they look exceptionally smart. Let me just describe for people listening to the programme. It's almost as if it is a gravel driveway, but with very, very tiny bits of gravel, and it's uniform. So it creates a driveway look that's almost a bit like sandpaper. Very, very nice. But because it's such a uniform top layer, things like cracks show up and look very unsightly. You know, maybe a block paving driveway, or certainly a proper gravel driveway, is much more forgiving for any kind of movement in the ground. But if you get a movement in this resin bonded driveway, it looks a right old mess. And that's the problem that Davina's got. Well, Davina's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Davina.
Hi, good morning, JVS.
So you will recall, and regular listeners to my programme will recall, I had right fun and games with this guy who runs the company last year when I first went off to have a word with him. He said to me, to start with, he said that the driveway came with a 12-month guarantee. It was more than 12 months since he'd fitted the driveway, therefore he didn't have to do anything for you. I said to him, well, hang on a minute. Have you not heard of the Consumer Rights Act? The Consumer Rights Act gives Davina the entitlement to expect that this driveway will be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and will last for a reasonable amount of time. She spent £6,000. Who in their right mind would spend £6,000 having a driveway installed that after just a couple of years is going to look a mess? Certainly I wouldn't. Well, he was very argumentative. Suggested that I didn't have a clue what I was talking about. He's been in business for 30 odd years. He knows what he's doing. And he was exceptionally argumentative. I decided that it was probably best not to continue the conversation because we weren't getting anywhere. We were just going round and round in circles. So I emailed him instead, hoping that he would maybe take a deep breath, read my email, reflect on it, and then respond in a more professional manner. Unfortunately, I was wrong, because all he did was continue the same argument on email instead. So I was at a point where, to be honest with you, I was about to get you back on the programme and say, look, I've spoken to the company. This is who they are, and they don't want to know. But the following day, my team received a phone call while I was on air from another man from this company, who seemed very, very keen to have a conversation with me off air. He said, look, I want to have a chat with Jonathan. Please tell Jonathan not to name our company. I need to have a conversation with him. So I had a chat with this guy. This guy said that he worked for the same company. He described his boss in a rather unflattering manner. I can't use the exact word he used to describe his boss, but it was not a very nice word. I think he suggested his boss was a bit of an unreasonable man. So he also said that the reason why his boss had been so unreasonable on the phone to me was that he had coronavirus and wasn't feeling very well. And in fact, he'd gone home that day because he had coronavirus. Well, you can imagine my surprise then when the company came out the following week to inspect the driveway to see if there was anything they could do, and you told me that the same guy I'd had the row with was one of the chaps that had turned up at your property. So either they were lying to me when they said that he'd got coronavirus, or this man broke COVID regulations by coming out to your property in a van full of other people, when in fact he should have been self-isolating at home. Anyway, that's all water under the bridge now, because that argument has gone on and on and on. It was very clear that they were offering some kind of repair, but we weren't 100% confident that the repair was going to be a proper repair. So you were having a report carried out on the driveway, an independent report, to get an independent view. Trouble is, last time you and I had a conversation about the independent review, it still seemed a little bit, well, how can I put it? It wasn't coming down on one side or the other. It was a little bit kind of, well, it might be this, it might be that. It didn't seem to commit to what the problem was caused by. So you were going to go back to that surveyor and ask him to be a bit more bold in his view as to what had caused the problem. Things have happened since we last spoke, Davina. What's the latest?
I got onto the Resin Flooring Association, and I sort of posted a help thing to other resin-bound manufacturers and contractors, asking for help because I couldn't find a surveyor to come out and do a report. No one responded to me. So a company that's based in Biggin Hill came back and offered to come and do a survey for me, which they have done.
And what was their finding?
Very much in my favour, actually. It sounds like the whole job is pretty well not a good job. They also found additional problems, like the recessed manhole cover can't be lifted because resin has bled into the framework of the manhole and glued it shut, so it would have to be broken to get it up. The water inspection cover has got mud round it. It should have either the tar or the aggregate, but it certainly shouldn't have mud.
Yeah.
And it was just, it was very detrimental towards the job that I've had done.
Yes. Now, I know that you've also, because I've got it here in front of me, you have now written to the company suggesting that unless they now reimburse you for the money that you have paid them, the £6,000, or you've suggested they completely reinstall the drive, not just the resin bond surface, you're going to begin small claims court action.
I actually have held off sending that. It is the letter that I proposed to send, should there have been no result from my conversations with you.
OK, well, I tell you what, I like the letter, and I absolutely agree that is now the next step. What I don't like is the fact that you use his first name. So I think if you can just redraft that letter, I was hoping you might not have sent it yet.
No, I haven't.
Don't use his first name. Use his surname.
Okay.
Because it just sounds a little bit
more official.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And what you need to do is you need to send that letter recorded delivery, which I think is now, they've changed it. Royal Mail have changed the name of recorded delivery. I think it's now called signed for. But you need to make sure that you send that letter in a method that requires a signature at the other end, so that you've got a record of them having received that and having had an adequate opportunity to resolve the issue. It seems perfectly reasonable to me. I presume you're going to be sending over a copy of the report. Let's see if that finally jolts this man into action, and whether he then absolutely agrees to come out. I mean, what he should be doing, really, it will be far better for him to come and redo your driveway properly rather than pay you £6,000, because I'm sure it will cost him less than £6,000 to redo it. But let's see if he does it. Can you please keep me posted and let me know what comes back?
Yes.
And we'll take it from there.
I have amended my letter slightly. I did put completely reinstall the drive, including the binder course and the sub base. I sort of specified it a bit more before I'm going to send it.
I think that's absolutely excellent.
You know what I mean? Be a bit more specific.
I do.
Yeah.
Listen, keep me posted, please. Let me know what happens, and hopefully we'll have some...
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, Colin. I gather you need some advice on an issue. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, 3 years ago, we bought a new car. Okay.
Brand new?
Brand new, yeah. And now the warranty is due to end at the beginning of April. And I've got notification about taking out extended warranty for a year.
Yeah.
Now, I'm thinking, does the consumer rights now govern this still? Because I've only done just under 9,000 miles in it.
What, in 3 years?
Since lockdown. And, it's only 3 years old. So would it, if anything did go wrong... Would it be covered under the Consumer Rights Act or not?
I mean, yes, it should be. However, cars are very often more difficult because the very nature of a car, it's a mechanical item. The way people drive a car can have an impact on various problems that can occur. There is wear and tear. Cars, because of mechanical items and because they are serviceable machines, they're supposed to have parts that from time to time need some kind of mechanical assistance.
Yeah. I was eliminating like clutch pads and brake pads, things like that, because they are wearable parts.
Absolutely. But no, in theory, you're absolutely right. In theory, the company that sold you the car have a duty to sell you a product that is fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and lasts for a reasonable amount of time. So, for example, if one of the doors fell off the car, then I think you would have a very, very good chance of being able to take the dealer because your contract would be with the dealer that you've paid the money to rather than the manufacturer, to take them to court and to argue that you've used the car in a perfectly normal and reasonable way. The car should be able to withstand someone opening and closing the door for 3 years. And the fact the door's fallen off, you therefore want the company to resolve that matter. And yes, indeed, unless they could demonstrate that you in some way had used the door in an unacceptable way, then they would be responsible for that, yeah.
Yeah, okay, fine.
That said, and this is where I'm about to do a complete about turn, very often a used car warranty or indeed an extended car warranty with a main dealer will incorporate your breakdown cover. So I don't know which company it is, and I don't want to know, but it may well be that when you look at the cost of extending the warranty, on the basis that the warranty will cover, one would imagine, pretty much all of the components on the car, because it's such a new car, and if this is a main dealer warranty, it should be very extensive, because it's covering all of the components on the car, and also probably provides you with a year's worth of breakdown, you may decide that actually it's quite good value for what you get.
Yeah.
Is that the answer you were looking for?
Well, yeah, it's given me food for thought, so to speak.
I mean, for example, if the warranty was 250 quid, and for 250 quid you get a full year of extension of full manufacturer-backed guarantee or warranty on the vehicle for all component parts, and it also includes breakdown cover, I would be quite tempted to buy it.
Yeah, I'm looking that way as well.
If, however, the warranty is £500, doesn't include breakdown cover, then, no, I think I would be inclined to say, well, this car should, I have a level of protection under the law anyway, under the Consumer Rights Act. I'll take my chances. How much is the warranty to extend?
About 130.
Oh, is that all? What, for a year?
Yeah.
And does it include breakdown?
I haven't gone into that deep. I don't think it does.
Okay.
Because I had, when I bought it from you, there was a separate breakdown cover from the manufacturers.
Yeah. Well, very often car companies, certainly in my experience anyway, the cars that I've had, they always tend to have a system where if you have the car serviced with the main dealer, they'll then renew your breakdown cover anyway. But I mean, when you look at that, that's probably saving of about 70 to 80 quid anyway. So I think I would certainly be very interested in looking at what it covered if I were in your position, Colin.
Yeah, I'll go through it now thoroughly, because I just quickly skimmed through it on the email that I got.
Yeah. I think it's definitely worth considering. I mean, I don't know your finances, but I think it's worth considering because life is quite short. And there are some times when, yes, if you're the kind of person that likes a fight and you're prepared to battle with a company, you may well say to yourself, right, well, do you know what? I'm happy that the Consumer Rights Act gives me plenty of protection with this car. So if I do have any problems, I'll just, I'll pursue them through the courts if needs be.
Yeah.
That's quite stressful.
I'm a bit of a belt and braces man myself, so, I think the warranty I will get.
Well, it sounds quite good value to me if it's 130 quid for a full warranty, because I presume your car does it have touch screen and all that kind of electronic gubbins inside?
Yeah.
Good luck if your touch screen breaks.
Yeah. I always used to remember back when I was an apprentice, and I used to do all my car servicing and repairs. Not anymore.
No. You can't fix anything on a car now, can you?
Yeah,
but I mean, if we take the touch screen as an example, the touch screen probably, to replace it, you're probably looking at minimum, I'm just plucking this figure out the top of my head really, but you're probably looking at minimum £500.
Yeah.
Now, yes, you could argue that the touchscreen should last for a reasonable amount of time, and let's say 3.5 years, it suddenly stops working. You may well be able to argue to to the dealer that product has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time and therefore you want them to sort it out. But if they start coming back to you and saying, well, we think you've been a bit rough with your finger on it, you've touched it a bit too firmly and that might have dislodged something inside, so therefore, you've got to have a report carried out on it. Do you know what I mean? It just starts to get quite complicated. And when you then think, God, I could have saved all this hassle for 130 quid. They would have covered everything, all the components like that for 130 quid. It then suddenly starts to seem like quite good value, doesn't it, for peace of mind?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I were in your position, 130 quid, Colin, I'd go for it.
Yeah, okay, fine, thanks.
Okay, does that help?
Yeah, thanks for your discussion with you.
Okay, well, it's a pleasure, and it's not often I do err on the side of extended warranties, but certainly with cars are just a blooming nightmare, to be honest, when they go wrong. And when you are having to deal with a mechanical item and with a car dealer who doesn't want to sort things out, it can be a nightmare. So if there is a way of protecting yourself from a whole load of hassle, to be honest, I'm inclined to go with it. Now, Michael has a caravan that he uses as a bit of a man cave. He treated himself to something to make it a bit more like a home from home.
I purchased a porch awning for my caravan the end of February 2020, £463. Supposed to be heavy duty. I bought a lightweight awning before, and that was £134. You get two entrances into the awning. You got one either side, and one of the zips you can't undo it or do it up. The teeth don't go together. I've contacted the firm, but they don't recognise the Consumer Rights Act. They say the 2-year guarantee doesn't cover the zip. I have emailed them the Consumer Rights, but they just say that the zip is not covered.
No, and this company has continued to say that the zip is not covered. But let's see what the latest is, because Michael's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Michael.
Hello, Jonathan.
Now, obviously, with something like a zip, it is a little more complicated than, for example, a side panel. And in fact, going back to the previous conversation I was having with Colin regarding the car, the reason being the zip is a part of the awning that obviously you're using, and therefore it can be subject to wear and tear. And if somebody is going in and out, zipping and unzipping the awning on a very regular basis, then there is always the risk that a company will be able to successfully argue that it's just failed down to normal wear and tear. Now, the reason why that's more difficult for this company to argue is because it has not lasted very long at all. And you say it has not been subject to excessive wear and tear at all. You haven't had children playing with it or, children hanging off the door or anything else like that might have caused a problem with it. You've used it on a fairly minimal basis, and you've used it in a perfectly reasonable way. And therefore, the argument I have continued to make to this retailer on your behalf is that the product is clearly not of very good quality. It's a cheap part, and as a result of it being a cheap component, it's failed in an unreasonably short amount of time. However, they were not, and are still not, having any of it. They came back initially with this response. They said, "We are aware of the complaint regarding the broken zip on the awning. As his awning was purchased on the 9th of March 2020, and the complaint was not raised until the 3rd of March 2021, it is unfortunately outside of our 30-day return policy. Regarding the manufacturer's guarantee for this awning, ordinarily we wouldn't cover zip damage after a year. However, on this occasion we offered to send 2 new zips for Michael on the 3rd of March 2021 so he can swap them for the broken zips." Now, the first part that they raise in their email is complete nonsense. I mean, this idea of them not having to do anything because it's outside of their own 30-day policy is completely unacceptable. You can't, as a company, come up with terms and conditions that overrule the law. You're just not allowed to do that. It's not acceptable. So any company's policy must comply with the law. And the argument still is, if this zip is not of reasonable quality, it should have lasted for much longer than 30 days. It should have lasted longer than a year, I would argue. So I went back and put that to them again. They then came back and said, the product is ensured to be free from any manufacturing defects, of which none were reported when the item was received a year ago. In addition to this, there is also a 6-month guarantee by the manufacturer against manufacturing defects. However, the customer is outside of this timeline. As the zips are the most used or toggled part of the awning, the fault may be caused by normal wear and tear, and therefore is not covered by the guarantee. As the fault was reported over 6 months after the date of purchase, under the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, the burden is on the customer to prove that the product was faulty at the time they took ownership of it, and it's not been caused by wear and tear. As a gesture of goodwill, the replacement zips have been offered free of charge. If the customer wishes to have the manufacturer replace the zips themselves, then the customer would be required to arrange shipping of the awning to the manufacturer so the zips can be repaired. They then go on to say, we've supplied the awning as fit for purpose and reasonable quality, and we haven't received any complaints from the customer within the covered timeframes. Well, they fluctuate between talking absolute nonsense and then including elements of truth. It's quite right what they say, that after 6 months, the burden of proof falls to you as the customer to prove that the product has got a manufacturing defect because of an inadequate part that has been fitted. You know, the quality is just not reasonable. That's why it's falling apart in such a short amount of time. But then they go on and say, you know, things like, we haven't received any complaints within the customer, within the covered timeframe, so therefore we don't have to do anything, which is just nonsense. Now, I know that in the meantime, after our last conversation, you went off and found another company that were prepared to write a report on the zip and were also prepared to fix the zips or the zip at a cost of 15 quid. Now, from what you were telling me before, what they had said to you did not sound very helpful, because they'd suggested to you that it was wear and tear rather than an inadequate part that had been fitted to the awning. Have you gone back to them to ask them if they can just elaborate on their feelings?
I'm going back tomorrow. I've got an appointment booked for him to have a look at it.
Okay.
So I'll drive over there tomorrow.
Fine. Well, what I have done is in the meantime, have gone back to the company that you purchased the awning from, just to make it clear to them that you have now found a company that is going to be writing a report, and that any cost that you incur on the basis that that report finds in your favour, and certainly it would not be in your favour if the report states this zip has failed because of normal wear and tear. If it states that, you haven't got a leg to stand on. And you certainly can't ask this company to reimburse you. But if the report comes back and says, we've looked at the zip, we consider, in our professional opinion, the zip is made of very poor quality material, you know, plastic, metal, whatever it may be, and therefore, in an unreasonably short amount of time, this zip has failed. For a component such as this, we would expect the zip to be of a much better quality to withstand a reasonable amount of use. If it states something like that, then I think you've got a very good chance of being able to pursue this company for not only full reimbursement of any costs that you incur for the report, but also for any costs that you incur as a result of the repair.
Okay.
They've come back, they say, the customer may get in touch with us directly, and then they've given their email address for further assistance with this zip repair or inspection.
Oh, right.
Then I'm afraid they go on, they fall back to their nonsense that they keep coming out with. We stand by our terms, that since the purchase was nearly 12 months ago, it's not a manufacturing defect unless the customer can prove otherwise. We have no further comment to make, they say. So let's see what that report states. I'm not going to say any more until you've actually got the report, because at this stage there is still a bit of a question mark over what they're actually going to say to you. Let's see what the report states and we'll take it from there.
Okay, yes, how are you?
I'm well, thank you, Carla. I hope you are too. I gather you've got a consumer problem, though. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, so we booked a family holiday for myself, my husband, my 3 children and my dad. We booked it just before the pandemic happened last year, so February last year, and it was booked for just after Christmas. But obviously, everything happened last year, and by the time the holiday came round, the 28th of December, we were in Tier 4, and no holidays could take place. So we'd booked this holiday in good faith, and we phoned up, got cancellation and said, yeah, fine.
So hang on a second. Where were you due to go?
Oh, Gran Canaria. A bit of winter sun.
The winter sunshine. Yes, I've not been to Gran Canaria in the winter, but I gather it's always about 21 degrees.
Yes, it's lovely. Actually,
Perfect.
We'd been before at that time of year, just after my mum had passed away about 7 years ago. So we wanted to go again. It's a really nice thing for us to do because my dad doesn't want to travel on his own, and it's just a lovely opportunity to sort of remember her. So we were obviously really disappointed we couldn't go. But,
so when did you book this?
February 2020.
Okay. So before we could ever possibly have known what was in store for us all last year.
Absolutely. And I won't name the company, but we'd travelled with them before, so we'd sort of built up some trust with them. We didn't have any worries. And when the pandemic did happen, I did check, it's ATOL protected because it's a package holiday. And I also checked with our travel insurer who said, if something bad happens and the company goes bust, it's underwritten. So I wasn't particularly worried that we were paying bit by bit, month by month in instalments, because, we felt like we're with a company we trust and we've got insurance, so that's fine. However, when it was cancelled, we were sort of given a load of flannel and told we had to wait 30 days. And we said, okay, well, if that's the rules, it takes time for these things to be processed. I appreciate we're in the middle of a pandemic.
Who cancelled the holiday, them or you?
It was them. Mm-hmm. The flights were cancelled first, and then we phoned up and they confirmed, and they sent an email to confirm that it had all been cancelled and to wait 30 days.
Yeah.
When we got to the first 30 days, we got some quite aggressive sales calls, 3 or 4 within a couple of days, sort of trying to pressure us to book another holiday for this summer rather than waiting for a refund. But we didn't feel we wanted to do that at all. So we were just told, wait another 30 days.
So how much had you paid for the holiday?
£5,899.
Okay. So it's a lot of money.
It is.
And you said at that point when they started with the whole, would you like to rebook another holiday for next year, for next summer? You said, no, I want my money back, please. But they said you'd then have to wait another 30 days.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And then we got to about 30 days, and they said a similar kind of thing. Would you like to buy another holiday? So at this point, it's sort of 60 days. We said, no, we'll rather wait for, you to get all of the refunds at your end and to have the money back. And then last week, which was almost at 90 days, we received an email with a voucher. But the voucher is for £3,179.83. I've no idea why it's that. And it also references 1 adult and 2 children, so not our party of 6. And it says that we have a year to use that voucher. And if we don't use it by the 31st of December in 2021, we can at that point start to ask for a refund in cash. So I now feel like I'm being given the runaround big style.
Yeah, well, it sounds like it. Now, this was a package holiday that you booked, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So if you booked a package holiday, and a package holiday, just for anyone that doesn't know, is 2 component parts of the holiday, normally the travel and the accommodation, packaged together as one. If you start booking a holiday with individual parts, so for example, if you pay X amount to an airline and then another amount to a hotel and then another amount to a hire car company, all those kinds of things, you're then booking an individual component trip, and you're not covered by the package holiday regulations. You're much better protected if you book things as a package. But if you're telling me that you definitely booked this as a package, then you are entitled to all of your money back. The package holiday regulations state that you're entitled to your money back within 2 weeks of the holiday being cancelled. I think we can probably all imagine why holding companies to the 2 weeks is probably unreasonable in the current circumstances. And I don't know whether this holiday company you'd booked through, are they members of ABTA? I know you mentioned ATOL, which covers flights, but are they members of ABTA or not?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
On their paperwork, they've got Travel Trust Association.
Okay,
and
right.
they've got ATOL protected.
Okay, well then they're not members of ABTA. If they were members of ABTA, ABTA is the Travel Association. They have given their members a little bit of leniency in terms of they're not necessarily expecting their members to reimburse customers in full within the 2 weeks as specified, but they are still expecting their clients to reimburse customers in a reasonable amount of time, i.e. a few months. Oh, God. Oh, dear. I've just been informed as to which company it is you booked this holiday through. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Well, we're going to have fun with this. Just to warn you, we're going to have fun. The company that you have booked this holiday through, I have had other dealings with recently, and it's been an absolute nightmare. So I think you're going to have real fun and games with this. How did you pay the £5,899? Please tell me on a credit card.
Well, the deposit was, but the rest was paid in instalments, so it was a direct debit from my bank.
Okay, but you paid the deposit was paid on a credit card, not a debit card, a credit card.
Yeah, a credit card.
Okay, well that's good, because the fact you pay the deposit by a credit card, that means that you are theoretically, under the Consumer Credit Act, covered for the full cost of the £5,899.
Oh.
Yes, which is one of the reasons why I'm always banging on about how important it is to pay by credit card. Now, the only caveat I add to that, we've had some dealings with holiday issues and credit card companies where credit card companies have tried to argue that coronavirus as an act of God means that the Consumer Credit Act does not apply. But let's see. It may well be that speaking to your credit card company is going to get you your money back far quicker than speaking to this company, because, as I say, we've had an absolute blooming nightmare with them previously. However, as I always try, we will start with a clean sheet of paper and we will start fresh. And I will see what this company has to say about your particular refund. Okay, I grant you the other cases where I've dealt with customers who are looking for money back, the company's been absolutely useless at refunding them and has just gone very, very quiet. Let's hope that won't be the case in your particular instance. Let's see what we can do. What I'm going to do, Tara, can we just get some detail? And can we go and speak to this company? To be honest, I mean, I think their PR company dreads hearing from me. But let's get a contact into them and see what they have to say.
Who knows, Carla? Your new name could eventually be Lucky Carla, because every day's a new day. You might speak to somebody different, Jonathan.
I doubt it.
I really hope so. I really hope so.
I doubt it.
I live in an optimistic bubble.
Yeah.
Jonathan doesn't share it with me.
No,
every day.
I don't. Years and years of dealing with consumer problems has turned me into a cynical old grump. But certainly with this company, I am not confident at all. But let's see what we can do. I hope that they will change my mind. I'll pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail, Carla, okay?
Thank you so much.
Charlie's son was given 2 gift cards at Christmas. He's 16 and has autism. And this was going to be the first purchase he'd made by himself. But unfortunately, things have not gone well.
He made an online order for a matching tracksuit. Before the item could arrive, the online shop cancelled one of the items, said it was no longer available, it's out of stock. The other item came, he didn't want it because he wanted it to match, so we sent it back. The store then put the refund back on the original gift card, which we'd already binned because it was empty. Eventually, they have done an e-gift card for that, and that bit's fine now. However, we returned the item in January, and we still haven't had the refund for that on an e-gift card. Every time I speak to them over the phone and via email, they keep giving me the old e-gift card number that we've already had. He's just turned 16, and this is his first ever, it's really backfired, his first ever he's purchased something. So he has additional needs, they're quite severe, so he doesn't have a bank account or anything like that. And this was his first purchase of anything, and it's not gone well.
Well, why has this company not just simply worked out how much Charlie's son is owed and refunded it to him some way? Whether that is on 2 different e-cards, or whether they want to give him 1 e-card with the full amount on, or even if they just blooming well transfer him the money. It would be better than nothing. Well, I went off to have a word with the company concerned. Charlie's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Charlie.
Hello.
Just so frustrating. This should have been straightforward, and it wasn't. Now, when I spoke to the company and outlined all of this to them, they went away to investigate, and they've come back. They haven't really given me very much information, other than, if I speak to you, you should now be a much happier bunny. What's happened?
I am much happier. Thank you so much for your help. I spoke to you on Monday, and then Tuesday early afternoon, I got a call from a manager at one of their sites apologising, and he reimbursed. No, hang on. He put the money on an e-gift card, and a little bit more, actually. He did reimburse our delivery costs as well for the returns and all those sorts of things. So happy. Thank you so much. He's already, obviously, very excited. Placed the order. I've had an email today saying it's already been dispatched. So we got the money back, plus a little bit extra for all our delivery. Thank you.
Well, that's super, but what are you going to do about the tracksuit? I mean, are you going to try and reorder it again with the new gift card, or what?
No, he ordered a polo shirt. A very expensive, who knew they were that much money? A very expensive polo shirt with the money and a little bit. He's been doing some jobs, so he's had some savings. So he put that towards it all and got himself a polo shirt, which he's really happy with. So hopefully it fits. And we won't have any more problems.
Yes, well, exactly. Let's hope it fits. I'm a lover of a polo shirt myself, so I fully support that decision. I don't think you can go wrong with a Manly polo.
£65.
How much?
Yeah, that's what I thought. £65
for a polo shirt.
For one polo shirt. Yeah.
Good Lord, what's it made of? Gold?
Yeah, apparently. Yeah, gold thread. It would seem.
65 quid for one polo shirt.
Yeah, but after all the palaver and, like I say, he's been doing some jobs and he's been saving his money. So I thought, do you know what? Just whatever. If that's what he wants, then that's what he can have.
Whatever. Just buy what you want. Yeah. Okay. And does he seem happier?
Oh, he was delighted. It was the first thing we did. Once I put the 2 younger ones to bed on Tuesday, he appears as always, and it's the first thing we did as soon as his brother and sister had gone to sleep. Yeah, he was delighted. He does come home. So yesterday and today, so he's back at school obviously, and he comes home. Is it arrived yet? Has it arrived yet? I'm like, we only just did it. Why? You need to give me a minute. It'll be here. So yeah, he's very excited.
Super. Well, listen, I'm going to thank the company very much indeed. They've been very, very easy to deal with, actually. It's nice, refreshing. So I want to thank them very much indeed. They know who they are. We will give them the horn. Charlie, if you do have any other issues, you know where I am. Just over 2 years ago, in November 2018, Dick purchased an AV amplifier.
It's a box of electronics. You connect to your Blu-ray DVD player, and you put lots of speakers on it, and the idea is to reproduce a cinema sound in your own home. 2 or 3 times a week I watch a movie. I paid £1,789 for it, and it's been great. I've had about 8 of these over the past 40-odd years and never had a problem with any of them. Anyway, switched this one on a few weeks ago, started smoking, so I turned it off. It was a 2-year warranty and it was 8 weeks out, but I thought, well, I'll contact the retailer. So I contacted them, told them my problem, and they gave me an address of a repair centre that would look at it. So I wasn't too happy about that.
Well, he then contacted the manufacturer. They've given him the same address. So I've been off to speak to the company that he purchased this amplifier from to discuss the Consumer Rights Act of 2015 and the fact that he should be entitled to expect this amplifier to last for a reasonable amount of time. It shouldn't be smoking after, just over 2 years worth of use. It was a very expensive amplifier in the first place, so it should last for a reasonable amount of time. Well, Dick's back on the JVS show now. Good morning, Dick.
Morning, Jonathan.
Morning to you. Now, as you're aware, when I went off to have a word with the company, they didn't really want to enter into a conversation with me about your case. What they did was they very quickly responded and said, OK, we'd rather not discuss this because of GDPR, but please leave it with us and we'll sort it out with our customer. And indeed, when I spoke to you, you said, yeah, it's brilliant. They've said that they're prepared to get it repaired at no cost to me. They've completely changed their tune. They're going to get it sorted, and I'm a happy bunny. Trouble is, it's taken quite some time, hasn't it, Dick?
It has. I should have it back by now.
Yeah, they said to you that they were going to get it fixed and you'd get it back within a week or maybe 2 weeks at the most, but nothing's happened, so I went to chase them again for you. This time, they've been prepared to give me a little more information. They've come back with this. They say, as stated previously, we are cautious about sharing any GDPR-sensitive customer information with third parties. However, I appreciate you are currently in communication with Dick, so understand it's appropriate to discuss the matter with you. I've kept Dick up to date with several emails over the last 2 weeks and was hoping the product would have now been returned to him. But because this hasn't happened, I followed this up with the service agent this morning. They've told us that after the initial components were replaced, on testing, it's been found that further parts are required, which have already been ordered. I'm sure you appreciate this is a complicated product, and the service agent needs to be completely satisfied it is working fully before the product can be returned. We will continue to ensure Dick is kept fully informed of the progress. Based on the information given by the service agent, we are hopeful the parts will be with them by the end of this week, so that's tomorrow, and the repair can be completed shortly after. OK?
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if they've communicated any of that to you, Dick, but that's certainly the latest I've had from them.
The only update I had off of them is after you gave them a nudge, because I was supposed to get updates on its progress. Mm-hmm. But that was the last thing I got, which was, I think, when was that? Tuesday or something like that. And they said just what you said. They found more faults and they've ordered more parts.
I wonder what on earth's gone wrong with the amplifier. I mean, the fact that it started smoking suggests that it's obviously something fairly significant.
Yeah, I'm sort of a bit fed up with it all now, to be honest.
Well, look, I'm sure you'll get it back very, very soon. I mean, they seem to suggest that the part's coming in by the end of this week, so let's hope that by next week they've got it repaired, they're happy with it, and it's back with you, and you'll be a happy bunny. But, at this stage, I'm not going to give the company any more of the horn. I'll wait until you've got your amplifier and you're feeling much, much happier about it, OK?
OK, I'll let you know.
Now, Richard came to me. He was telling me that he's got some luxury bookshelves. They were made and fitted for him in August of 2018. He chose the company to install these the bookshelves because they'd given what he thought was very good advice on making good quality, long-lasting furniture. They recommended that the furniture should be made from hardwood and given a tough diamond finish on the paintwork to make it extra durable. But he's had an issue with the finish on this bookshelf that's been rumbling on ever since it was first installed.
There were a few accidental scratches and a couple of little gaps here and there they needed to fill, and they repainted those by hand. But when the paint dried, it was the same lovely dark blue colour, but not the same shade. They popped back 5 or maybe 6 times and repainted a bigger and bigger patch by hand, and each time they did it, they took the shelves off, and then when they put the shelves back on, they left more scratches and marks on the paint. And it was starting to look really awful by now. And then they sent a man all the way from London who was a specialist painter, and he repainted it. But when he repainted it, and we had a look at the finish, it was awful. There were lots of brush marks visible and even more scratches. And he said he was embarrassed by the quality of the work, and they promised me they'd send him round again. But then I suppose COVID hit, didn't it?
Well, when Richard first came to me, he was saying that he just couldn't get any response at all from the company. So I went off to have a word with the man that had built and installed the bookshelf for him. Richard's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Richard.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, good morning to you. Now, the furniture it's lovely looking furniture. I've seen the photos and it looks very nice. And when I first went off to have a word with the man, you will recall he did indeed respond. And he did indeed recognise that there was an issue with the paintwork, and he did seem to suggest that he was going to get things sorted out. He said that you'd asked for the furniture to match a fireplace in the same room, and they asked you about the paint that was used on that. You gave details of that, and they used the same paint on the bookshelf. But it would appear that obviously a bookshelf where you've got things being put on and taken off, the furniture is getting much more wear than a fireplace would do, which hasn't got stuff going on and off it all the time. So the paint would need to be much more hard wearing. Now, he suggested that what he was going to do was to organise for a specialist decorator who does this air spraying to come to your property and to spray all of the furniture with a machine that's a bit like the kind of machine they'd use to spray paint a car, and it gives a very, very hard finish to the paint. But that was ages ago, and to be honest with you, Richard, I mean, I'm starting to lose the will to live, because it's just dragging on and on and on. Now, I did go and chase this chap up again and say, look, what's going on? He doesn't seem to want to have too much of a conversation with me, because every time I chase him up, he says, if you talk to Richard, Richard will be able to inform you of the latest, because I'm keeping in touch with him. And I think, to be fair, there has been some communication recently and some activity. What's gone on? Fill us in, Richard. What's the latest?
Well, Jonathan, yes. Something has moved forward. So there has been some progress. I am a bit confused by it, though. So he dropped round some samples, bits of wood with some paint on, which is great, and explained to me that he'd given me these samples so I could pick which paint I preferred or which finish I preferred. That was my first. I was a bit confused by that, to be honest, because I thought his painter was matching the paint, and when they'd match the paint, they'd match the finish. Do you see what I mean? Like how shiny it is. But anyway, he's asked me to take my pick of which sheen I prefer. But when I looked at these boards that he'd given me, they're not the right shade of blue. He said he'd colour match them, but when I look at them, they're a different shade of blue to the paint that I gave him. I'm honestly a bit confused, Jonathan, as to whether this is a step forward or a step back. The good news, I suppose, is he did say that we've got a date for this spray tan person to come round and do the thing.
Spray tan. Yes, it is a bit like a spray tan, really, isn't it?
I think so. I don't know if we've got to wear the special paper things, but but I'm worried now that we're back to square one with this whole, well, it's the wrong shade of blue. I don't know what to think, Jonathan.
Okay, well, let's work backwards. The quality, and I know you've sent me over a photograph of the various different colours of wood, and it looks as if he's given 3 different shades. Is that right?
Yeah, I've got three bits of wood. One of them is painted in the paint I gave him.
Which one is that? Oh, this photograph that I'm looking at now.
It's a darker one in the middle.
Okay.
It's the one that's actually, funnily enough, all scratched. When it turned up, it was really scratched. And then there were 2 others which look quite a bit lighter to my eye. Don't know if that came across in the picture. Those are apparently the colour-matched paint, the new paint. And he's asked me to pick one of those because one of them is slightly shinier than the other one. But honestly, it's quite hard to tell with the eye.
So I presume that the paint that they've used on the other 2 bits of wood to give you a sample, this is the harder paint that is going to be used in this special spray tan machine.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Okay. I mean, yes, it does look a little bit lighter, but is the paint on is the bookshelf far enough away from the fireplace that it doesn't need to be a perfect match colour-wise?
I mean, it wouldn't have to be perfect, would it? But the problem, I suppose, is that the fireplace is in that colour. It's about 6 feet away from the bookshelf. But there's a skirting board that goes all the way around the edge of the room, which is also painted in that colour. And the skirting board goes right up to the bookshelf. So you'd probably, I mean, that's when I first spotted it last time. He painted it in the wrong shade. Is it looked odd against the skirting board? So
Right.
it doesn't look right.
Well, it's going to have to be a perfect match then, isn't it? I mean, if you've got a skirting board that goes all the way up to it, then there are some alternatives. If, for example, I mean, and I think this is what you need to clarify from him. If, and it looks to me from the photo you've sent me as if the piece of wood to the right is the best colour match. Because the one on the left looks as if it's even lighter. So the one on the right looks the closest, but it's still not perfect. Then if he says to you, well, that is the closest we can get in the paint that needs to go into this machine, and it will be a much harder finish, then is it possible, I guess worst case scenario, that you then repaint the skirting board and the fireplace with that same paint so it all matches? Would that be an easier way of tackling the problem?
And 2 radiators. I suppose it might be. It seems a bit tail and dog, but
yes.
I don't know. I mean, how close should I expect the colour match to be? Is it possible to get it really close, or am I asking too much?
Well,
I don't know.
Well, I know when it comes to normal paint, it's possible to get it very close. I mean, for example, years ago, when I had my bathroom installed, I wanted to have, there was some woodwork that was going in the bathroom, and I wanted to paint the woodwork the same colour as the grout in the tiles. So I took a chunk of grout, the tiler left me a chunk of grout, and I took it to the shop, and they scanned the grout, and they made me up a tin of paint in exactly the same colour as the grout. So I was able to paint it. But that was a tin of paint that you paint with. It wasn't necessarily a specialist paint that goes into a paint machine. And I don't know whether that needs to be slightly different. I don't know whether maybe because of the way that paint is manufactured, I don't know if any of my decorating listeners can answer this question. I wonder whether that means that you're a bit more restricted in how much you can colour match. I don't know the answer.
I don't know. I'm going to drop this guy I have anyway a note and just tell him what my confusion, explain my confusion to him.
Yes.
But honestly, it does feel a bit like I'm going round in circles.
Martin the decorator texts to say, if he wants a perfect finish, he will need the fireplace and the skirting board to be redone because it will never perfectly match.
Oh.
But I completely recognise this that now becomes quite a lot of hassle because, okay, this chap's going to come and repaint all of your bookshelf, but if you then got to get somebody else in to come and decorate all the skirting boards, the fireplace, you're telling me 2 radiators as well, it then becomes quite a job, doesn't it, really?
And a door, actually, looking at it. Yeah, it does.
Paul the painter says, JVS, if the man is trying to match a Farrow and Ball colour, which you are, Richard, he won't be able to. Crown paint comes close, but it won't match.
Oh. Is that off the shelf, I wonder, or is that using this colour matching?
Well, I don't know, because I know a decorator who said to me once that for whatever reason he doesn't like using Farrow and Ball paint. I don't really understand that personally because I've used Farrow and Ball paint and I have not had an issue with it at all. It goes on really nicely, but he does not like using Farrow and Ball. So he said to me once that whenever a customer would choose a Farrow and Ball colour, he would go and get it made up in Dulux because he likes to use Dulux paint. So I'd thought you could match, but...
Wow. Okay. Well, if any of your listeners can help me with more advice, that would be great, because I don't want to be unrealistic about this, but I just feel like for several years we've now been struggling to work out what colour paint.
Yes, and I think the problem is, and I can absolutely understand Martin the decorator's point, that if you want it to all match perfectly, the chances are you are going to have to redo those skirting boards. If you didn't have skirting boards in the same colour, which is a kind of blue, going all the way up to the bookshelf and then all the way along to the fireplace, if that was broken up with, I don't know, white skirting boards instead, I guess it wouldn't be such a problem because you've got enough distance between the bookshelf and the fireplace. But if it all is clearly designed to tie in and match, it needs to be a perfect match, doesn't it? Otherwise it's going to look odd.
So I'd have to use this special hard paint then on the radiators and fireplace and door and skirting boards, wouldn't I, to match, you know what I mean, to get the same colour?
Probably, yes.
Okay.
This suddenly becomes quite a big job. I mean, I don't know whether can the guy that's coming to do the bookshelf, I wonder how long it would take him just to add the skirting boards and the radiators to the job as something separate that you pay him for extra.
I don't know. Maybe I'll have to have a chat with him about it and find out what sort of money I'm looking at. I haven't got a clue, but I haven't got his contact details, so I'd have to go through the company,
right?
To get in touch with him, I suppose. But it's possible I could do that, isn't it?
Well, it is, and it may well be if he's already got the machine, and if he's got it filled with the paint. I don't know because I've never used one of these machines before, but it may well be that he just, quickly masks around the room. And while he's got the machine out and he's doing your bookshelf, he then just whizzes round the skirting boards and round the fireplace and the radiators and bish, bash, bosh, it's all done. And you've got a lovely uniform look all over the whole room. I don't know. But I think it does. It needs to be a perfect match. And I guess even if the colour match was pretty close, because the two colours are side by side, if there was even the slightest difference, you're going to see it, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. And we've been here before because the colour match, and I think it was the third time they repainted it. The colour they used was off, and it actually was off by about the same amount that this new sample is. And the company said then, oh, yeah, no, that's not good enough. We'll try and match it better than that. But perhaps I'm asking the impossible, Jonathan. It's baffling me, I'll be honest.
Yeah. Well, listen, I think I would get in touch and say, look, if that is genuinely the closest you can get to the colour that we've got, it's not going to be good enough because, and I'm going to have to repaint the skirting board. So can I speak to the decorator just so I can find out whether he can add that to the job? And if so, just so I get an idea of how much it's going to cost.
Jonathan, I'll do just that. Thank you for your help.
OK, Richard, we will talk very soon. Thank you. Jeremy came to me. This is a really interesting case and very worrying as well, particularly if you, like Jeremy, run a small business. You see, Jeremy runs a dog boarding kennel with his wife. They were contacted by a new customer last year before Christmas 2020. This customer said he wanted to leave 2 large dogs with Jeremy while he went off to South Africa. And when I say large dogs, I mean enormous dogs.
They were real bruisers of dogs. I don't think they were American bulldogs at all. I think they were what we call cane corsos. They had clipped ears and everything. They were the sort of dogs, if you saw them coming along the road, you'd be, ooh. After the New Year, a customer emailed from South Africa to say he needed to extend his holiday. Could we look after the dogs longer? Which I replied by email saying, yes, we could. He emailed his card details, and I kept him informed of the progress. I mean, the total price ended up as £1,762.44, yeah. Problem is, a few days later, we received letters from our card processing company that the customer was claiming a chargeback to his credit cards, and the reason given was they were fraudulent transactions, which basically means the customer wasn't putting his PIN number in. We've been doing this for 10 years, taking 10 payments a day, maybe over the phone, and we've never had a chargeback claim against us. My first reaction was to get in touch with the customer, actually. No reply. He's blocked us, actually, now, so we can't actually make contact with him.
Well, it would appear Jeremy has been the victim of, a fairly clever scam, really. And one has to think to oneself, you can bet your life this guy has done this to other people before. And my concern is he may well do it to other people again. Jeremy's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Jeremy.
Hello again.
So, as you know, if we just go all the way back to when you first came to the programme, I went off to have a word with the card payment company that you used to take the card payments over the phone. What they said, in effect, was, and this is the really useful advice for anybody else listening to the programme that runs a small business and indeed takes card payments over the phone, if you do that, you must be 100% confident that the person you are taking the card payment from over the phone is trustworthy. Because if they haven't actually had to be there to put their PIN number in, it does mean that they can do a chargeback on the amount that they have paid. And they suggested that for people in your position, if you're taking a card payment from someone that you don't know, a new client, for example, that you request proof of identity in addition to the card payment. So you would ask for, obviously, passport details, driving licence, proof of address, that kind of thing, to show that the name of the person on the card is the same name as the person that you're dealing with. Now, obviously, we don't know whether the card that was used belongs to the man that left his dogs with you. We don't know whether that card was his. We don't know whether it was stolen. We don't know whether it was a friend of his who'd used the card and was in on the scam. It's exceptionally frustrating. What we do know is that this guy clearly had no intention of ever paying you for your services, and you as a result are over £1,700 out of pocket. Now, you went off to report that to Hertfordshire Police. Hertfordshire Police suggested that you should go off and speak to Action Fraud, because this was more of a civil matter, and certainly something that Action Fraud would deal with rather than Herts Police. The trouble is, as we know, Action Fraud, certainly in my experience, when it comes to individuals complaining of a fraud, having been the victim of fraud, Action Fraud don't tend to respond to individual complaints. They tend to, I guess, probably because of resources, they would collate lots of different experiences where it clearly points in the direction of the same person that's doing this to a large number of people. So, for example, a scam artist who's scamming a lot of elderly people in the southeast of England, they would focus their efforts on those kinds of experiences rather than one-off cases as they would see it. Now, I know that you've heard some more from Herts Police yourself. I have also received a further response. Please start today, Jeremy, by just bringing me up to speed with where things are from your perspective.
Yeah, I think the last time we spoke, it was last week, middle of last week, I'd heard from Action Fraud that they weren't going to take any action. And then we agreed, yes, I was going to go back to Hertfordshire Police and try and get the local force to take action. So I did so and got a reply. And also you'd contacted them as well.
Yes.
And got a response. So then someone called me on Friday and a PC phoned me and said that the fraud officer, the detective, had decided that he couldn't take action, that really it had to go back to Action Fraud again. And I was to appeal the original case. So I thought, well, you can't appeal the Action Fraud, but he didn't quite realise, he didn't know what the procedure was. But anyway, I did get back to Action Fraud the next day, and I tried to add additional information to the case, and I ran out of space on the form, so I got on their chat platform, and they said, well, you have to put a new case in then, and just to include the case number. I did that, put a new more information in, and then they, within 15 minutes, they'd come back and said that they didn't have enough information to take it further. And that's where we got to, and then I contacted you again to give you an update. So that's where we are.
Yes, and it's so frustrating because many, many times over the years, people come to me with similar issues and they say, the police told me to go to Action Fraud. Action Fraud didn't do anything. Went back to the police said, well, we can't do anything, it's down to Action Fraud. I feel as if there's nowhere to go. And it's so frustrating because the fact is, as far as I'm concerned, you have been the victim of a crime. This person who went to all of the effort of putting his dogs in your care and yet protecting his identity, so you don't know who he is, you have no record of him, you never actually met him because he got somebody else, his so-called dog walker, to drop the dogs off. There's no way this guy's only just done this to you. I bet this guy hardly ever pays for anything. He's worked out a nice little scam so he can rip people off left, right and centre, and I'm quite sure he does it all the time. And therefore, there will be lots and lots of victims of the same kind of crime. And I would really like to know that someone is taking it seriously and someone wants to try and track this person down. So I went back to Hertfordshire Police again and said, look, what's going on? Action Fraud don't seem to want to know. Surely this is something the police can get involved in. Now, the first thing that, and you pointed this out to me on the phone the other day, this is a very simple lead. The fact is, you have got the microchip numbers for those two dogs. Because you scanned both of those dogs' microchips when they arrived.
That's right.
So if the police wanted to, they could very simply obtain evidence of who is the registered owner of those dogs. And surely that then takes them directly to the person that is responsible for having stolen over £1,700 from you. Because that's what he's done in my mind. And I pointed this out to Hertfordshire Police and said, surely you can trace the microchip number in the same way that you would do if somebody had a dog stolen, and you would look into that crime and you would try and help with that kind of crime. Surely you can trace this person and you can hold him accountable. Hertfordshire Police have come back with a further response. Don't hold your breath, I should warn you, Jeremy. A Hertfordshire Constabulary spokesperson said, all fraud should be reported to Action Fraud, unless there is a crime in action. An offender has been arrested for a fraud offence, the offender is known and is local, or if a vulnerable person requires assistance in logging a complaint with Action Fraud. This is a nationally agreed protocol. Action Fraud determine whether a report should be disseminated to a force, and if so, which one. If it doesn't get disseminated to a force for investigation, the only local police involvement will be that our victim service desk will make contact and offer some victim support or advice.
Right, is that it then?
I'm afraid that's it. So we are yet again at this age-old situation of you end up being the victim of, let's call him what he is. He's a con man. You've been conned. You've been scammed. Now, in my mind, a con man is a criminal. He's a liar and he's a thief who has taken over £1,700 from you. And as so often seems to be the way, you, the victim, ends up stuck in a completely pointless and hopeless sandwich between a police force who say, well, we can't do anything, and Action Fraud that say, well, that's not really something we get involved in because it's just a one-off individual thing. Now, I'm not suggesting, I'm sure Action Fraud investigate all kinds of large-scale fraud that is going on. But I would argue that this is not a victimless crime. You are one of, I would imagine, lots of people who have been caught out by this same person. And it's so frustrating that nobody seems to want to take it seriously. It's infuriating. Who is your local MP?
It's Bim Alfalama. Alfalami, is it called?
Bim Alfalami?
Yes.
Okay. Can I suggest that you drop Bim Alfalami an email And can I just suggest that you raise it with him as your MP, that this really is something that needs to be resolved. I come across this so often, that the police can't help. No, sorry, it's fraud. You need to go to Action Fraud. And Action Fraud say, oh no, sorry, we can't deal with that. It's just a one-off. And where are you supposed to go? It's infuriating. It feels almost as if being the victim of a financial crime isn't deemed as being particularly serious. But I'm sure that, particularly in tough times, and running a dog kennels at the moment, where people are not going off on holiday or leaving their animals in the same kind of levels as they would normally be leaving them with you, I would imagine that £1,700 would really come in very useful.
Well, the other thing I was thinking was the police commissioner that's elected every 4 years. Would they? I mean, they would be effectively my representative, wouldn't they?
Yes. Well, I can certainly make contact with. It would be David Lloyd for Hertfordshire Police, so I can certainly make contact with Mr. Lloyd and ask if he can do anything. But it just seems to me so frustrating that there is a solution. I could understand if there was no prospect of catching this person. You know, there are some cases where I'm sure the police look at a situation, they say, oh, well, we've got hope in hell's chance of finding this person. But they've got the microchip number for the dogs. You can provide that. If they do a search, they will be taken directly to the owner of those dogs. The man that it would appear has ripped you off. Surely it's worth a try.
Yes, of course. And the other one is there were a number of credit card transactions because he kept extending the stay. But there is one £100 original deposit which he hasn't claimed back, and I think that is his own card, which is why he hasn't claimed it back. And again, that isn't rocket science to find out who owns the card. If they wanted to find out who owns the card, it's fairly easy. So I just don't think they're taking it seriously. They're either tied up in red tape themselves, so they can't actually do their job that they wish, or if they just don't want to do the job. I'm very frustrated.
Let's be honest. Police forces are under huge amount of strain, and we would all expect, when you're looking at a list of priorities, you would certainly expect Hertfordshire Police, as indeed you'd expect all of our local forces, to put most of their effort and time into solving very serious crimes like murders, muggings, rapings, all kinds of dreadful things that involve, terrible physical brutality and all that kind of stuff. Absolutely. We would expect the police to focus on those kinds of crimes. But having said that, there must be times where the workload is a little bit lighter, where they could then spend an hour tracing the person who ripped you off. You know, I just... Exactly. That's all you want done. That's all I want done. I'm sure everybody listening to this programme who puts themselves in your position, that's what they want done as well. Hang on a second. Nigel in Aylesbury. Hello, Nigel. Oh, Nigel's over here.
Help this gentleman out. If he's got the microchip numbers, he's able to get on to petlog.org.uk, which is the website for the Kennel Club that has all these microchips on there, and you should be able to input the details in there and find who owns it. Because I have all my animals that are microchipped, and you have to put in your name, address, telephone number, email, all that sort of thing.
But will they share that with a normal member of the public who tries to do a search using a number?
I don't know, but I mean, how does a microchip? I mean, basically, the information I've got in front of me from the website says so this is about missing, but it's the information. They can give you the information of the of your pet or the pet information so that you can be reunited with your animal. That's why you have the microchips done. That's why I've got my cats done, because I don't want to lose them. So I mean, yes, if this gentleman tries to put it into that website...
Well, it's worth a try. It's worth a try.
Yeah.
I mean, Jeremy, if you...
Sorry, yeah, hello, yes, Jeremy, sorry.
I will try, but I've been told that that under GDPR it's not available. To
I would be surprised. I would be very surprised.
Jeremy,
I would be very surprised if it did have a system whereby you put in a microchip number and it gives you the full name and details of someone. I would have thought that under GDPR it's very unusual that it would allow that. But that's the kind of information that the police would be able to request, and that's why. Right. You know, that's why it's so frustrating that the police don't seem to have any time to be able to try and trace that person, that individual, through that microchip number. Listen, Jeremy, thank you, Nigel, for your call. Jeremy, what I would advise you to do, you drop an email to Bim Afalami, your MP. I will get a call into the PCC for Hertfordshire, David Lloyd. Let's see if he can do anything to assist. I'm also going to go and speak to Action Fraud, and let's take it from there. I'm not going to go anywhere on this because this is really frustrating me. And I put myself in the position of every single small business owner in Beds, Herts and Bucks who could also become the victim of this man and his slimy little scam. This man needs to be identified and needs to be held to account. It's simply unfair what he's doing, and it's not a victimless crime in my eyes. Jeremy, leave this with me.
Morning, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Right. In the middle of February this year, I got a blocked toilet. It was quite bad. So I rang my local council up. I sent a chap out who come with a long pole and a plunger on the end of it. He said, nothing I can do, I'll report back to the office and they'll have to send somebody else out. So I waited till late afternoon, nobody had been, so I rang again. I've actually spoke to a chap there, he said he dealt with this sort of thing. He said, I'll somebody out to you by 9 o'clock tonight. I said, OK.
Now, sorry to interrupt you, Clive.
Yeah,
sorry. You say the blocked toilet was quite bad.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mean to ask a stupid question, but why was it blocked? Was it just kind of a normal blockage, or was there some kind of problem with the drains that was backing up?
Well, this is what I don't know.
All right.
I still haven't got to the bottom of that. They're saying it was my fault, it was my drain, but I don't know.
Have you had an issue with this toilet blocking previously? Because I know
never.
Oh, okay.
Never. I've been here about 15 years, never had a problem.
I see. Toilets, they are more prone to blocking, aren't they, because of the shape of them?
Yeah, no, never had a problem.
Right, so this one particular day you flushed it and it was one of those, you know, oh God, it's all going to come over the top jobbies, was it?
That's it, yeah. Well, lucky enough it didn't.
Mm-hmm.
But as I say, the chap came out and he had a go for a while and he said, I can't do it, mate. He said, I'll have to come back tomorrow morning with another bloke. He said, we'll have to put pipes through the window, he said, and probably jet it, he said, or see what we can do. So I said, OK. He said, will you be able to manage overnight? I said, well, I'll have to. When I said, there's always a way. So the following morning they turned up. They was here for a while, and I could hear them having a go and that, trying to do it. And all of a sudden he said, "OK, done." Anyway, he came down and he said, "It's all done, mate. Cleared it." He said, "I've cleaned everything up for you." He said, "Don't know where the blockage was." He said, "But you'll be all right now." So he said, "Oh, thanks very much," and thought no more of it.
And I presume, again, this is probably a stupid question, you hadn't put anything down the toilet you shouldn't have put down?
As far as I know.
Well, I'm being serious because sometimes, but you know, people, they flush sanitary ware down the toilet, or some people even are so stupid they try and flush babies' nappies down the toilet.
No, the only thing I will say I have done, and because a lot of people do it, is the wipes.
Oh, what kind of?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. I mean, I've done that for years, never had a problem.
I don't think you should do that, really. I don't think that's a good thing. I think if possible, chuck them in the bin.
Yeah, I've stopped that now.
Yeah, because those wipes, and I know exactly what you mean. If you use one of those wipes, you know, for wiping the loo seat and all that kind of stuff, it just seems so natural then to fling it down the loo. But the thing is, those wipes don't disintegrate in the same way that toilet paper does.
No,
and they snag on every corner and every little kink in the pipe system, and they can then form a big blockage. So yeah.
So, yeah, the chap said, he said, we don't know where the blockage was. He said, it's all running free now. So I said, OK. Thought no more of it until the Saturday, the 14th of March, I received through the post from the council a letter, invoice type thing. It says, rechargeable repair. This invoice has been raised to cover the cost of the work carried out by the council As you were advised previously, this work is subject to a recharge. I've never been told, it's never been said anywhere that I could be charged for this because I've been, to me, a toilet is essential. And then it says that one call out and then the second call out. The total cost, £681.45.
How much?
Yes. 680.
Good Lord.
And I mean, I'm a man of 74 on low money, and this shocked me completely.
That is absolutely outrageous.
Yeah, I mean, I straight away rang my local councillor up, as he's helped me before. He said, I'll look into it. On the Monday, I had a phone call from a lady from the rent department saying, I was going through it with her. She said, well, it's the repairs department that have caused this. She said, I'll have work and see what I can find out. My local council rang me middle of the week and said they're looking into it. Nobody wants to take responsibility. And then this Monday, I had a phone call from the lady at the council again saying they will not budge. It's got to be paid. My supervisor's saying you've got to pay it, and we're going to send you a form out so you can put down your expenses so we know how much you've got to pay each month.
OK, there are two questions. Firstly, why did you call the council for a block toilet?
Well, because I've got a council house, so I took it to be the council's job.
Oh, right, OK.
If I'd have known it was going to be like this, I would have probably gone somewhere else.
I mean, I was going to say, how long would you say the plumber was actually in your property unblocking your loo?
On the Friday night, he might have been here for about 3/4 an hour to an hour.
Right.
And then maybe on the Saturday morning, they was maybe here because they were stopping at times, they having a drink and that, so they may have been here an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Oh, blimey. Well, it was quite some time. What on earth were they having to do to unblock? Did they ever tell you where the blockage was?
No, he said he didn't know.
Right.
Because the first time he come round in my house and looked round because I've got a pipe that goes right the way down through the house and out.
Yeah.
And he tapped that and he said, oh, that sounds clear. He said, I don't think it's there. And then he said to me, he didn't know where it was. And I say, I've never been told about being charged for this sort of thing.
Well, I mean, that's a huge amount of money.
Yeah.
For a block toilet. And surely the council should have informed you at the first instance if this is something that is not covered under your tenancy agreement. And I don't know whether it is or whether it isn't, Clive. I mean, I'd be interested to hear from other council tenants whether this is the kind of thing that you'd normally expect the council to resolve for you. Surely a lot of it would be to...
Yeah, I mean, I know, because in my tenancy, I've looked at the paper where it says about different bits and pieces because it doesn't mention it, but I spoke to somebody online that does say certain things, if you break them yourself, they will charge you. But my argument is, and I've argued this, nobody said to me, this is a rechargeable job. It's never been mentioned. I've never been told or had an estimate given to me it will probably cost about this to do it.
But the thing is, it sounds as well as if what the council have done is they've organised for an emergency plumbing firm to come and do the loo.
Yeah.
And you've been charged emergency rates as a result of it, because nearly 700 quid for unblocking a toilet.
Yeah. I mean...
It's outrageous.
I said to the lady, said to the councillor, I said, to be honest, I said, the people the council's employing, your contractors, are taking the mickey. I said, to me, they're taking the mickey out of you. I said, and the ratepayers for this sort of thing.
Well, I mean, it seems like a huge amount. So they've just said you've got to stump up the money, have they?
Yeah. They're going to send me a form out, apparently, where I've got to put down all my expenses, then they decide how much I've got to pay a month.
So they're allowing you to do it in instalments?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I want to go and talk to them, and I want to find out why on earth they have put you in this position. Because, I mean, surely what they should have done right from the outset when you called up is to say, OK, that's fine. We can organise for someone to come out, but do be aware it is a chargeable thing, and we will be contacting an emergency plumbing company who will charge you emergency rates.
Yeah,
so
then I'd have gone somewhere else.
And then at least at that point, you would have been informed and you would have been able to say, oh, well, actually, don't worry about it because, I've got a friend who's a plumber. I'm sure he could come round tomorrow and help me out.
Yeah.
Rather than having to, to just simply organise them for emergency plumbers to come and charge you emergency numbers. Emergency prices, rather.
On the invoice, you were advised previously this work is subject to a recharge. Never told a thing. Never told a thing.
And the thing is, I could understand if when they tried to unblock it, they suddenly a blooming great kettle came out, and they said, "Well, look what you've tried to flush down the loo. No, what you're responsible for it."
Yes. Yeah.
Then okay, but if you haven't done anything to cause the blockage, and they didn't say that it was anything to do with the wipes that you mentioned earlier.
The chap said absolutely. He said to me, we don't know where the blockage was.
Right.
But now the council was saying. And I've been told, they're saying to me, it's my fault. I caused the blockage. All right, it's the wife. I've caused the blockage. I was never told that by the people that was here. I've never been told that.
Well, it's very weird then. Why? Yeah. How do they know you caused the blockage?
Yes.
Hang on a second. Jenny's called in to have her say. Hello, Jenny.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hi.
Jonathan, a fortnight ago, on a Sunday morning, on Mothering Sunday, I had a huge blockage in my toilet, and I got a chap out who I do know, and he's also a plumber, and he's a plumber who goes that extra mile. He'll do anything. And also, so he took his rods, he went to 1, 2, 3, the fourth house, got under their thing, and put the rods through, and spent a long, long time on it. And finally, it all went down. And that's the first time in 50, 55 years I've ever had to have somebody out. But £75, and I think this chap, whether it's council or not, has been ripped off.
How long would you say the plumber was in your house, though? Because,
he was brilliant. He was doing this for over an hour.
Yeah, because to be fair, Clive did say that they were there for 3/4 of an hour on the first day, and then about potentially 2.5 hours the following day. So it was obviously quite an involved job.
Oh right.
But
mine
even
was
so,
straightforward, and all it was toilet paper. It was nothing else because I never even put any form of fat down my kitchen sink. I'm very particular.
Yeah.
And all that goes down the toilet is for what it is for, toilet paper.
Yeah.
But I think that is extortionate.
It does seem.
£75 he charged me, and he said there's a standard fee. And I gave him extra to go and buy his wife a lovely bunch of flowers because it was Mothering Sunday, and they have the two dearest little boys you could ever wish to meet.
Well, that's lovely.
Yeah.
And she said, "Where have you been?" And he said, I've been down Jenny's toilet for the last hour and a half. What a job, eh? Jenny, thanks very much indeed. Charlie wants to have her say. Hello, Charlie.
Hello.
Hi, Charlie. Right, what about you? What can you add to this?
Well, I paid for an emergency call out £75, like the lady before. But mine was my toilet. It took him over 2 hours to do the toilet, but we also found out that the kitchen was blocked as well. But it took him 2 hours to unblock the toilet.
So this was a drain problem, clearly.
Well, yeah, it was a drain problem. So It was because it's the old metal tool stacks that we've got instead of the plastic ones. It all got stuck. I've got 2 children that are autistic. They don't like.
Like what?
They don't like toilet roll. They only use wipes.
Right.
Because it's a sensory thing. And they'd blocked the toilet. And it took him 2 hours to unblock it, but it only cost him £75.
How much did it cost?
£75, and that was an emergency call out.
Really? Yeah. I wonder. I'm going to put this out there, Clive. Yeah. Do you think that plumbing company who came out to your property, do you think they knew that you were going be the one paying the bill, or did they think to themselves, oh, it's all right, this is a council job, the council will pay the bill, so we can charge what we like?
Probably. I mean, I wouldn't have known I was going to pay it. I mean, they were very nice chaps, I must admit, but it could have been, the council's got to pay for it. That's it.
To me, it just seems an outrageous amount.
As I say,
you could have had a new bathroom fitted for that.
Sorry?
You could have had a new bathroom fitted for that.
Yeah,
I mean, it's nearly 700 quid. Listen, thank you, Charlie, very much indeed. Colin texted to say, my neighbour had a blocked drain, called someone out. They charged about £350 for about an hour and a half's worth of work. Which, again, seems a lot of money.
It does, yeah.
You know, it's obviously a good business to be in, the old emergency plumbing business.
Yeah.
350 quid for an hour and a half's work. I wish I earned 350 quid for an hour and a half's work, I tell you. Look, I tell you what, let's see what we can do. Let's go and have a little word with the council and let's just ask them why you've been left in this position, because it does seem as if, they've got a duty. How old did you say you are again, Clive?
74.
Patricia spotted a great offer in the newspaper on some posh perfume. This was on New Year's Day, actually. She saw that the advert suggested this perfume was reduced from £49 a bottle down to 20 quid. Well, she knew her granddaughters would absolutely love it, so she thought, well, I'm quids in.
Not for me. I've got twin granddaughters, so it would be, really, it's buy one, get one free. So I thought, well, I could get two for £40 and still be £9 better off. But because of the make, I know they would adore it.
Well, when she went onto the website that's mentioned in the advert, which is actually the retailer's own website address, when she looked at the perfume, it still said £49 a bottle. So she thought, oh, well, it's a bit weird. Maybe you get the discount at the end. Anyway, she went all the way through to the end, and it was still £49 a bottle. So she's been trying to take this up with the company ever since and asking the question, why did you put an advert in the newspaper suggesting this perfume was only 20 quid a bottle when it doesn't appear to be £20 a bottle anywhere? It's £49. And she was not getting anywhere, which is why Patricia came to me. Well, I've been speaking to this company on Patricia's behalf. Have I managed to get anything sorted out? Let's find out. Patricia, good morning to you.
Oh, good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. I am head of perfume around here, so I did indeed go off to speak to this company. They're Superdrug, and they came back with this response. They said, we are sorry to hear about Patricia's experience. Since being made aware of this issue, we have contacted Patricia and we will be sending her the products free of charge.
That's right. I've had an email from them. And they've offered me to send me a bottle, which is very kind of them. So now all I need to do then is to go and buy another bottle.
Well, what are you suggesting? They're going to send you one bottle free of charge? Oh, yes. Okay. Well, that's interesting, because they do say in their statement, we will be sending her the products, plural, free of charge.
Oh.
So would you like me just to go and clarify that?
Yes, that would be lovely. I mean, I don't expect to get something for nothing, Jonathan. I don't expect that. But yes, I mean, if that's what they're saying, that would be lovely.
Well, if you've still got to buy one bottle at 49 quid...
£49, yes.
Then you're still not getting the deal that you thought you were getting.
No, exactly, no.
Because you're still having to pay £9 more than that offer suggested you would have to pay, because the whole idea was that you should have been able to buy the two bottles for 20 quid each.
Yes.
So, I mean, yeah, listen, I mean, I'm delighted that they seem to be prepared to try and sort things out. Yes. However, I don't see why you should have to go and buy a bottle and end up giving them more money than was ever intended. Did they give any... Because the other interesting thing is they haven't given any explanation in the response as to what's gone on here. They haven't said, oh, it was a mistake, the advert should never have gone out, or, it's very strange.
No, all they said to me in the email was there was a problem with the SKU paper or something. I don't know what that means. So whether that referred to the offer or the actual printing in the newspaper, I really don't know, but that's all they've said.
Well, that's very, very weird. I tell you what, listen, I'm not. I was going to give the company the horn, but I'm not going to, because I want to clarify what's going on here. I want to know whether it's one bottle or two bottles, and if it's only one bottle, then why are they still expecting you to pay £49 for the one bottle, which still means you're paying them more than the advert suggested you would have to pay for two bottles?
Yes.
And let me also ask them to provide a further bit of clarification as to why this advert was put in the paper in the first place.
Yes, exactly,
was it a mistake or not? And if it wasn't a mistake, then why aren't they honouring the price? It's just still some questions on this, I think. Can you leave it with me? I'm going to go back and have another word with them, and I'll speak to you next week. Do you remember Veronica? Veronica was saying that in April 2019, she purchased 2 electric rise and recline chairs. They cost just over £750, but 23 months later, she encountered a problem with them.
The last few weeks, one of them decided it would only recline now and again, and it would go da-da-da-da-da. And now both of them, the second one doesn't work at all.
Well, as you can imagine, Veronica was not very happy about this at all. As a regular listener, she understands that the Consumer Rights Act of 2015 does give her more protection than the company was suggesting. Now, to be fair, £750 for 2 leather electric recline chairs is never going to buy you the world's best quality chairs, but they should certainly have lasted longer than 23 months. And that was exactly the point I went to put to them on Veronica's behalf. She's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Veronica.
Hello, JVS.
Hello, Veronica. Now, as you know, when I spoke to this company, they came back and said, we have received one communication from this customer regarding the failure of the motors, which we understand occurred outside the 12-month warranty that we offer on this product. Given that the chair worked well for over 12 months, we do not believe that it was faulty when it was delivered. We have not had any issues reported with the motors across our customer base to suggest there is an inherent defect either. We do take customer complaints seriously, and as a gesture of goodwill, we are prepared to investigate the issue in order to try and reach a satisfactory conclusion with this customer. Well, I mean, I don't agree with the first part of their response. I mean, they must recognise that aside from any warranty, you as a customer have rights under the Consumer Rights Act. So, in fact, their goodwill gesture of coming to investigate may well actually be the minimum that they have to do. But what's happened since we last spoke, Veronica? Have you heard from them?
Yes. Excuse me. They've arranged for a company to come this afternoon, have a look at them and see what the problem is.
Right.
And they said I had originally asked this company to come because they said they wouldn't do anything about it. That was before I spoke to you originally, because I was so worried we'd got nothing else to sit on, only hard chairs, which wasn't very pleasant. And then they got back to me and said that I told them that I'd paid the deposit that they'd asked for this company, and they said, afterwards they said, well, we'll pay that money, we'll get it refunded back to you, and we'll send them out and see what happens from there.
Okay, fine. Well, I guess we're going to have to wait and see what the independent inspection company have to say when they look at them this afternoon.
That's right.
I'm guessing what they're going to say to you is that the motors have burnt out or broken. What you need to ascertain from them is why that would have occurred so quickly. You know, and you need to ask them to please put in writing how long one would normally expect electrical motors in furniture like this to last. Because what you will need to have is something from that independent company that makes it very clear in writing that the product has clearly got inferior quality parts in it, and it's as a result of the inferior quality parts that the product has failed in an unreasonably short amount of time.
Right.
Okay?
Thank you.
So I'm not suggesting you should tell the man what to write in his report when he comes out.
No.
But I think you certainly need to ask the right kind of questions in order for him to answer those questions. And then you need to say, and you will make sure you put that in your report, won't you? Because we're going to need that.
Yes, right.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, well, look, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Are you around on Monday? Because I'd like to have a chat with you again on Monday.
Got a hospital appointment Monday.
Tuesday?
Tuesday, yes, fine.
Okay, well, I will ask my team to book you in for Tuesday, and we'll catch up and find out how it's gone this afternoon, okay?
That's lovely. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your help.
Okay, a pleasure, Veronica. We'll speak next Tuesday, and fingers crossed the inspection guy says exactly what we need him to say. Emma's tumble dryer was recalled. She'd already had it for 4 years and was very happy with its performance. That was back in 2019, and when the manufacturer came out to have a look, they gave her a choice about a replacement machine.
There was 3 options I could have chosen. So naturally, I chose the best option, well, I thought was the best option. That tumble dryer was then delivered on the 25th of September 2019. I registered it as you would, so, you get the 10-year parts guarantee and all the rest of it. Where the delivery guy left it is where it stayed. It's worked absolutely perfectly up until last week when it just stopped heating. So I contacted the company and I was informed that I could book in for a guy to come out and fix it for me, which I would then be liable to pay, or I could sign up to a 12-month protection plan for my tumble dryer and my washing machine. That would be £13 a month. The only downfall of that was if I did sign up and the engineer came out and deemed my tumble dryer irreparable, it would all be cancelled and I would not get a replacement tumble dryer.
Well, the replacement tumble dryer had only lasted for a year and a half. And Emma was really initially asking me whether, as the new tumble dryer was only a year and a half, does that mean that she's entitled to ask for a free repair or even a free replacement under her statutory rights? Well, unfortunately, the advice that I gave Emma was no, it doesn't. Your contract with a company, and as you know, the only contract you have is with the company that you pay the money to, so the retailer. Your contract begins at the point of sale. And whether a product is then replaced a couple of years down the line or not, that does not reset that point. So if, for example, you buy a product and 5 years later the company replaces it and then a following year it goes again, you can't argue, well, I've only had this product for a year. The contract started 6 years before that, so your rights obviously change. Now, as far as Emma is concerned, as I explained to her, I can't go and speak to the retailer and demand that she has not had a reasonable amount of use from the product that she originally purchased 5.5 years ago. But what I could do is to go and speak to the manufacturer and just to, from a reputational and customer service perspective, ask them how they felt about the fact that one of their products had only lasted for a year and a half. Surely they make their products to be better quality than that. And that's exactly what I did. Well, Emma's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Emma.
Hiya.
Now, as you know, the company, thank goodness, were pretty positive in terms of their response. But they use a PR firm who were dealing with this matter on their behalf. And unfortunately, the PR firm made a bit of a mistake, which unfortunately has, I know in your mind, left a very bad taste in your mouth, because the woman from the PR company phoned me up and she said, we've spoken to our client and they are prepared to come and repair the tumble dryer free of charge. That's great. That's great. That's all you wanted in the first place.
That's all I wanted, in the first place. That was the main outcome.
What she then did was to follow up that conversation with an email just to clarify my understanding of what had been agreed.
Yeah.
And in the email that she sent to clarify, she said that we will be providing a free replacement tumble dryer.
Yep.
Well, of course, that was more attractive to you than the idea of having your old one repaired, because you were thinking, well, I get yet another brand new tumble dryer.
hopefully it will last longer than a year and a half.
Yeah. Now, the PR company were extremely embarrassed to have made that mistake, and they called me up and they said, look, we are genuinely sorry. That was a complete slip. It was only ever, the manufacturer, our client, had only ever said they were prepared to provide a free repair. It wasn't ever going to be a free replacement. For some reason, my colleague, after she got off the phone to you and she then sent you an email, she just put replacement rather than repair. So we're sorry about that.
Yeah.
So that's what they were planning to do. Am I right in thinking today is the day?
The man is actually here as we speak, funnily enough.
Okay.
He is, yeah, he's out trying to fix it now. He said he's done an examination on the tumble dryer and said that he's going to put a new heating element in and hope that that's the fix for it. So, I mean, he's just put it back together now. I can see him. He's just put it back together. He's doing some bits on his laptop, so I'm not sure if it's all done, but I'm assuming in the next few minutes I'll find out.
And has he given any indication as to why it had failed after only a year and a half?
Well, considering he's changing the heating element, I'd imagine that's what the issue was. The heating element had died.
Yes, but why? Is that because it's not very good quality, or is it that, in fact, you've just used the tumble dryer so much you've gone through what would normally be considered a normal, reasonable amount of use in a year and a half?
I'm not sure. I can ask him, but obviously I'm not sure at this moment.
Okay. Well, I think it would certainly be worth getting an indication. But are you fairly confident that it's going to be fixed? I mean, is he looking relaxed and happy, or?
Well, I'm obviously not confident because I don't. As you know, it's been a bit of a bad experience, but I'm hoping. I mean, he seems to be quite happy, so we will only find out in a few minutes, I suppose. You can't stick your head round the door and just ask him. Do you want me to ask him now?
Yeah, don't embarrass him. Just ask him and say just wondered if it was fixed or.
Okay, bear with me a second.
Okay. You know, I don't want to embarrass the poor guy. He's only coming out to do his job, but I'd quite like to just. Oh, look, she's good. She's asking the question I asked.
All right, okay, that's great. So it's all done.
Okay. It's sounding positive. I'm hearing positive tones.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello?
Hello?
I don't know if you heard that, but
no.
It's all fixed. It's all fixed. It was a heating element.
Yeah.
And he had to change a pump as well.
Right.
I asked him, do you know why it would have failed? And he said he was unsure, but it could possibly be wear and tear. I don't know what that entails, but...
Well, if it's wear and tear, then that suggests that, you know, you've used it so much, it's had a reasonable, normal amount of use. But, I mean, I don't know how often you do use your tumble dryer. I mean, is it on every single day, all day?
No, I could not afford the electric bill.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, with a tumble dryer, it always feels a bit like setting fire to £5 notes anyway. So
yes. I mean, I do use it most days, I have to be honest, but I would perhaps have it on for one cycle, so an hour a day, I think is quite considering I use my washing machine the same amount of time, and touch wood, that seems to be okay.
Well, listen, if it's all sorted, it's all fixed, and the company certainly confirmed that repair was all going to be free of charge, do we call this a result, or would you like to try it first?
Yes, let's try it first. If that's okay.
Okay, well, listen, I'll tell you what I'll do then. Ooh, just a tiny bit, and the company will get the rest as soon as you've tried it this weekend. Let's catch up with you around Monday. Margaret's on the line. Hello, Margaret.
Hello, Jonathan.
Margaret, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Well, my granddaughter's received 3 letters from a debt collection agency in which it states that they've been instructed by an online payment site to recover £253.67 from her. Well, when she received the first letter, she rang the online payment site, spoke to 2 people there, and they looked at her account and they said, well, there's no negative balance on there. We'll deal with this. You don't need to contact the debt recovery agency. And thought that was it sorted. Then when she got the second letter, she went onto the online payment site website found a complaints form which she filled in and sent off, telling them that she didn't understand why she owed this money. And they sent correspondence back to her, which said that there's another account associated with hers, and that's where the debt occurs. Well, she hasn't got another associated account. And apparently it says that the negative balance occurred due to chargebacks, and their review shows that she received two personal payments on the 4th of December and the 10th of December in 2020 by credit card. And the owners of the credit cards have done a chargeback because they didn't authorise the payments. But this associated account is nothing that my granddaughter knows about. So, we don't quite know where to go, because the online payment site has said, as far as they're concerned, there's nothing more to be done. She's got to pay the money. And she's had another letter from the debt collection agency offering her to pay by instalments rather than paying the full amount.
Okay, let's just break this down to basics. The company that is the client of the debt collection company, has your granddaughter had dealings with them before?
Yes, she has got an account with them.
Okay. And she's got one account with them or two accounts?
She's got one.
She's got one account. And has she ever run up any kind of debt whatsoever with that one account?
No, she hasn't, no.
Okay. So the other account that they seem to have wrongly associated to her, that apparently has some kind of debt associated to it, that's nothing to do with your granddaughter?
That's correct, yeah. Okay. They have sent, obviously I won't give you it, but they have sent the email address connected with this second account. And it does, when you first look at it, it seems to include my granddaughter's Christian name and surname, but there's two subtle differences in the spelling there. And the domain site, if that's what we call it, is one that we've never even heard of. So, it looks almost as if somebody set up another account in her name.
Yeah, it sounds like it, doesn't it? Yeah. Well, I mean, the first thing I would suggest is that your granddaughter doesn't need to worry about this, because if the debt is genuinely nothing to do with her, then she should have nothing to worry about. But what I think would be useful is for me to go and have a little word with this company to ask them to please just confirm that in writing so that she's got something in case there is any kind of court action threatened. I presume the debt collection firm, have they threatened any court action, or is it just they're trying to apply as much pressure to her just to get her to pay out of fear of what might happen next?
Yeah, there's no court action been mentioned so far.
Fine. And do you know if any of this has already... Do you know if the company has recorded this against her credit rating or anything like that?
I don't know. It doesn't state in that. It does say that when they received the chargeback from her buyers, they requested information from her, but she didn't receive anything from them, presumably because the information they asked for was sent to the email address that's not connected with her.
Yeah, okay. Well, look, I can happily go and speak to this company. The only thing, and I'm just going to ask you this again, purely because I've had situations before with very well-meaning grandparents and parents that have ended up with egg all over everyone's face. Mm-hmm. Are you 100% sure that your granddaughter hasn't made some kind of mistake somewhere along the line? Because if we get to a certain point and it transpires she has got a debt that she hadn't realised, we are all going to look exceptionally silly. So are you absolutely confident that this debt is nothing to do with her at all?
I am, yeah. Okay. She lives with me, and I have 100% confidence in her.
Okay. I mean, I've dealt with parents, though, before who live with their children, whose children have sworn blind they haven't done something or ordered something or put something on a parent's credit card or all those kinds of things. I've done so much of it over the years. And when the company then provides evidence that, in fact, that person did, we all end up looking very, very foolish. So as long as you 100% are assuring me that there's no way your granddaughter will have built up any kind of debt with this company, I'm more than happy to go and speak to them on your behalf. What I would advise you to do, if your how old is your granddaughter?
She's 26.
She should have some kind of way of monitoring her credit rating. There is a company, I can't remember the name of the company now, that will provide you with a free report that monitors your credit rating. It's a very good idea for her just to make sure that there's nothing negative on her credit rating regarding this.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
It's a good idea for everyone just to keep across their credit rating, just to make sure that there aren't any wrongly associated debts against your name. Right, can you hang on there? I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail and go and have a word, okay?
Okay, thank you, Jonathan.
Okay, hang on there, please, Margaret. It's the JVS show. It's BBC Three Counties Radio if you have a consumer problem. Roy pays for plumbing cover, with a utility company that he has a business account with. And he pays for this just in case anything goes wrong with either his pipes in his property or his drains. In October 2020... he called this company up because he got a problem with his close-coupled toilet.
He said, oh, yes, I have to take it apart. Got to put a new inside, the whole complete works in it. The experiment got quite a bit of time on it, flushed it, and I said, OK, that's fine, that's very nice, thank you very much, and away he went. Well, a couple of days later, I had to get him back again because the flushing handle jammed up so you couldn't flush it properly. And then in February, I happened to notice there was water leaking down the back. It only leaked out when you flushed it. So they sent another plumber around from the same place, but not the same man. And he found that the cistern, where it bolts on and joins to the pan, it's got a big rubber donut in there, which is about 5 inches diameter and about ½ inch thick. So when you tighten it down, that pinches up. He said he found that when you tighten it up, it wouldn't pull down tight enough. This is the wrong donut, it's too thin. So anyway, I pulled the floor covering up, it soaked into the chipboard. The floor needs replacing.
Yeah, well, he's not happy at all because he strongly suspects that the first plumber that came out to fix his leaky loo ended up using this incorrect donut, which led to a slow leak of the loo, and all of the water's soaked into the floor, and it's destroyed his bathroom floor. Well, he's not happy at all. He wants the company to come and sort things out. So I went off to have a word with them. Roy's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Roy.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hi, Roy. So, as you are aware, when I did indeed go and have a chat with this company, they promised that they were indeed going to get things sorted out. They said, we're really sorry for the issue. We're putting things right. We've spoken to him. We're arranging for the repairs to his floor to take place. And we are pleased that Roy is happy with this. What's happened since we last spoke, Roy?
Right. The guy that has put the woodwork down, he's just gone a little while ago. It's all finished. It's all done. Mustn't walk on it till the sealer goes off and blah, blah, blah. And he said the chap's going to come and do the floor covering on Monday. So it looks good. Nice, good job of it.
Okay, great. So the basics of the floor are done. Now what are you having as a floor covering on there?
They're going to put, it's sort of like cushion floor stuff.
Oh, like a kind of lino stuff?
Yeah, but a padded one, because I said to the guy, he was going to put the same thing down, and I said, well, in view of how this accident happened, I don't want carpet because I won't know.
Oh, no. Well, you don't want carpet in a bathroom full stop.
No. I said, with vinyl, I can, if it happens again, I'll know straight away.
Yeah. I know there was a stage when carpet was quite fashionable in a bathroom. Yeah. I think carpet in a bathroom is absolutely horrible.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it again. I think they did it when that went in when they did all the hall and everything. They said, "Oh, we'll do that for you as well," which they did.
Yes,
and it was all right. But I mean, yeah. So
don't get me wrong. Everybody had carpet in the bathroom at one stage, but then thankfully most of us saw the error of our ways and realised it's a wholly unsuitable covering for a floor in a room that has a lot of water around, and it goes all manky and horrible, and you can't clean it or keep it nice and hygienic. So
and it's completely different now. No smell or anything in there. Whereas before, it always sort of smelled a bit sort of dampy, obviously, in the air from where the carpet's been wet.
Well, I'm not surprised. And if you think about it, if the carpet was wet and the wood underneath it was wet as well. Ooh, I mean, you've got a horrible combination there. So, sorry.
I was going to say that, and the thing is, the fact that the leak was intermittent, it would sort of dry out a bit before the next lot came down.
Yes.
So, but yeah, sorry, John, come.
Okay, so the floor's done. Now you just need the covering on the floor, and then everything will be absolutely super. And he said that the water hasn't gone through into there's no evidence of it having gone further down into the ceiling below or anything like that.
No, he took all the floor up, and it's just a complete hole there. And he's put all new chipboard down, all new bits, and done it. So it looks good. You know.
Okay, good. Well, thank goodness you realised this problem when you did, because otherwise one day you might have been sitting on the loo, and the whole floor might have given way. You might have come crashing down sitting on the loo.
Well, I noticed it the first time it came out when I went to get some stuff off the bathroom cabinet, and I stood for it, and I thought, oh yeah, well, that feels funny. Then when I pressed my foot on it, you could feel it was all like blotting paper.
Oh yeah, quite. When wood, particularly chipboard, gets all sodden, it loses its structural integrity very, very quickly, doesn't it? So right, shall I give the company this? A bit more of the horn. They'll get the rest as soon as the bathroom floor is completely finished. Can you let me know when he's finished the floor?
I'll do that. I'll be able to touch your people.
Brilliant. Okay, right. Talk to you very soon. Thank you very much indeed.